This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, council. I call to order the Haslet City Council this Monday, June 15, 2026 at 7 p.m. There is a quorum present. If you bow your heads with me for invocation and stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Almighty Father, for all your blessings. We thank you for your guidance. We thank you for your understanding. We ask that you watch over our governments, our citizens, all of creation. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Item 3 says participation and comments. Do we have any in-person speakers?
Yes, we do. We have Carol Clark first.
Ms. Clark.
Carol Clark, 117 Schreiber Drive. Greetings, City Council members and Mayor. A general comment. Please consider breaking out each road project, i.e. FM 156, Avondale Haslet Road Railroad Tracks Bridge, Haslet Parkway, Blue Mound, etc., separately under item 6 on the agenda and list the speaker like you do for agenda 8. It would let citizens know that all roads are being worked and all are on the radar. Reference 6D, thank you for providing the drawing. I'm hoping Mr. Anderson's presentation will show that both the shorter bridge and the completion of Haslet Parkway are moving forward and doing so independently of each other. Also that these two projects are moving forward without being impacted by the mayor's longer bridge pursuit. Lastly, item 8J. I ask that council members do not vote yes on this agenda item as it is written. Do not endorse the mayor's longer bridge via his Chrissy grant application. City Council approved moving forward with both the completion of Haslet Parkway and the shorter bridge during the 30 March City Council meeting. Also, don't forget that the mayor promised during the 17th February meeting that he would press forward with the shorter bridge if his Texas grant was denied. Instead, he lied and secretly pursued a federal government Chrissy grant. Citizens of Haslet and those in surrounding communities need relief from the traffic and trains now. Unfortunately, the mayor chooses to ignore this common sense and dire need and instead continues to pursue his future pipe dream and legacy bridge. Perhaps he thinks that'll get him reelected. He'd be wrong. In just 320 days, the citizens of Haslet will be electing a new mayor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, Sandra Smith.
Ms. Smith.
Sandra Smith, 300 Gamble Street. I'm just here tonight to follow up on the open records request that I had submitted on the park. This is a 4-page letter from the Attorney General of Texas denying my right to have that information. So that's the first thing. The second thing I'd like to add is I still feel very concerned about the safety in the park. And last week, by unanimous vote, the park board voted to put that $800,000 in the park, to spend in the park, back in their budget, for the coming year. So I guess my concerns, and given the fact that I live right near the park, are just being ignored, and we're more concerned about moving traffic through Haslet. And I'd like you guys to just remember that there are some of us who actually live here that have live here problems. There are things that go on here. And, if y'all would just dig down in it and, maybe look at this and see why they don't want me to have that information. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, John Barnett.
Mr. Barnett?
Mayor and council, thanks for having me here tonight. John Barnett, 1281 Valerian. I'm speaking about agenda item 8F. Since there's no public hearing tonight, discuss, consider, and act on resolution XX2026. My concern is simple. It's not just a specific request, but what signals about the future direction of Haslet. I've talked time and time again about industrial warehouses. I think that was taken off the agenda tonight. A foreign trade zone designation is designed to support logistics, warehousing, and distribution activities. That means more truck traffic, more industrial intensity, and additional strain on roads and infrastructure. One of, if not the largest of these warehouses that we'll be talking about tonight is designated right in front of my neighborhood in Caraway. While Haslet Parkway remains unfinished and land sitting there for future growth, it is labeled AG, not I. Think about that for the future growth of Haslet. We all know that once the president is established, similar requests are likely to follow. What starts as one designation becomes very many, gradually changing the character of an area once approval at a time. The developers and large industrials are watching tonight. I hope they watch. We don't have to look far for an example. Alliance, Texas has been a tremendous economic success, but it has also brought enormous truck volumes, warehouse concentration, and logistics-focused development. These decisions shaped the development pattern of that area for decades. We are not Fort Worth. We do not have the funds to be able to handle that type of model here. The question before us is whether Haslet wants to become an extension of that model. Do we merely want to become Fort Worth's overflow area and safe haven for more warehouses, truck traffic, and industrial expansion? Or do we want to send a message that Haslet is a community where people live, raise families, and expect balanced growth? We do not benefit from this request at all. It has been talked about time after time. They're saying it is a formality. It is not a simple formality. There is no meaningful increase in tax revenue for the city, and this is far more than a simple formality. The purpose of this designation is to make these properties more attractive to logistics and warehouse operators. 500,000 square foot sits vacant on one side right in front of Caraway and Sweetgrass. I drove by it on my way to this meeting tonight. Here's the main point, guys. Over the last year, and I'm sure well before my time, the council and the residents of Haslet have worked hard to push for a different vision for our community. These efforts are making a difference. We have the right people in place. We can see it in the market today. Warehouses are starting to remain vacant, like the 500,000 that they're trying to do right now. And companies are not rushing to establish additional logistics operation in this area. It doesn't take a whole lot of people. 1-2 people coming out against these warehouses, they've been shot down. This should tell us something. The direction we have chosen is working. We are sending a message about the type of growth we want here.
You have 30 seconds, sir.
Approving this request would reverse that progress and shift momentum back in favor of the development pattern residents have consistently opposed. We should stay the course and remain pursuing growth that benefits our residents, strengthens our community, and aligns with the long-term vision for Haslet. Please do not change the tide now. For those reasons, I respectfully ask you to vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, Michael Belcher.
Mr. Belcher.
Board, Mayor, thank you for having me. Michael Belcher, 1184 Wild Center Way, Haslet, Texas, 76052. Good evening. I will be speaking on the Caraway Park and Parkland, 24 acres that's in Caraway. The timeline from zoning to City of Haslet ownership. The information gathered for this timeline came from public meetings, public record requests, and emails with the Caraway HOA and Terramana. Background and early zoning. Public hearing P&Z zoning change from agriculture to planned development on 2/29/2015. The final plat of Phase 2 of Caraway was approved by the City Council and signed by Mayor Golding on 10/15/2018. As a requirement of the Caraway development, the developer, Terramana, was to build a community park or dedicate land for a park to the City of Haslet for the city to develop a park for the Caraway community and the surrounding other new neighborhoods. The city accepted the park land. The developer, Terramana, decided that dedicated 24 acres to the city. This land dedicated to the City of Haslet with notarized plans dated 12/4/2019. The city, under previous mayor and council, opted to collect $1,000 per home for the park fees from the home builders at closing, intending to construct a larger city-built park. The intent of the city was to apply for a $775,000 grant to assist with the park build. In all CFAs, community facilities agreements, all new build homes are required to pay a park fee of $1,000 for residential basic park fund land and improvement. Residential developments. This started with the Caraway development and all other thereafter. In July 2020, the city manager, James Quinn, talked with the developer, Brett Pettigo, said the city council was preparing to build the park in Caraway, and Travis Antanasio, city engineer, was designing it. The city shared preliminary designs and sought the developer's help, potentially using Watercrest park fees and the developer's contractors. July 13, 2020, joint go-to meeting call took place between the developer and the city staff. The developer agreed to survey the trails and topography for the city to
You have 30 seconds, sir.
park design. Thank you. On 8/27/2020, the developer sent survey and design information to the city for the park planning. There were a total of 151 single-family built permits issued within the subdivision as of 12/11/2020. May 2021, Gary Husley became mayor. The proof that the city had plans for the Caraway Park and parkland is in the overview of Haslet Park System that was presented
Your
by.
time is up, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, Nicole Bartholomew.
Ms. Is it Bartholomew?
Yes, sir. That's
Thank you.
correct. Good evening. My name is Nicole Bartholomew. I reside at 1328 Wild Sun Way. I'm speaking as a continuation to the issue for the Caraway Park and Parkland that Michael Belcher was just speaking on. So the proof the city had plans for the Caraway Park and the parkland is in the overview of Haslet's park system that was presented by Travis Atanasio, the city engineer, on May 12, 2021 to the Parks and Recreation Board. It has a map of the Caraway Nature Trail and a pavilion for viewing the Alliance Airport activity in the plans. City staff involved in the park planning, those of which include City Manager James Quinn, City Engineer Travis Atanasio, Economic Development Director Thad Chambers, Lawyer Rob Alabon, Planning Development Director Wes Morrison. They all left their positions soon thereafter. The city seemingly abandoned its plan for the building in the large 24-acre park and began exploring selling the land to Northwest ISD. The Phase 2 plat clarifies that ownership and maintenance of the designated parkland, Lot 36, Block B, is the responsibility of the City of Haslet. At a Caraway Town Hall meeting hosted by Mayor Halsey, Laura Scholderoff has asked Mayor Halsey where the park was and why it wasn't built. He said that he would contact the developer. In response to Mayor Halsey's repeated requests and threat of a $2,000 a day fine, Terramana decided to construct a neighborhood playground to ensure Caraway residents had access to park facilities. All new build homes are required to pay a park fee of $1,000 for residential basic park fund land and improvement. Residential developments as to the date as of December 15, 2025, there's been 1,412 new homes built per the residential park project status report. The park fees go into a park fee fund, 15, and pay for park improvements. Mayor Halsey brought to the City Council meeting on February 6, 2023, under agenda item number 7B, an ordinance for a special May 6th election to gain authority to convey the 24 acres to Northwest ISD school system. Laura made detailed notes about that meeting, and those are available. Tim LeClure of the Northwest ISD Facilities Manager was online and attending the meeting, and the school is interested in obtaining anywhere from 1/2 to all 24 of those acres. The council voted 4-1 to approve this item for the May 6, 2023 ballot with this language as follows. Shall the City of Haslet, Texas be authorized to sell certain park property, being 24.1030 acres of land located on the north side of Old Blue Mound Road, on the east side of future Intermodal Parkway, and to the west of Harmon Road in the Eldridge Hopkins Survey, abstract number 646, Haslet, Tarrant County, Texas, to Northwest ISD, for the purpose of constructing a public elementary school with portions of said property to be used for nature, teaching, and remain accessible to the public. The proposition passed, but I found out that the city did not own this deed to the land at the time of that election. The Caraway HOA had ownership and did not convey the 24 acres until October 9th, 2025. According to
You have
Texas,
30 seconds, ma'am.
Thank you. According to Texas Local Government Code, Section 253.001, plain English version of that section, and Chapter 272 of the Local Government Code, key details regarding this issue include legal requirement. Municipalities must typically follow specific procedures for selling property, including public notice and, in some cases, voter approval for parkland. Owner restriction. The ability to sell land is generally restricted to land that the municipality owns, holds, or claims. Invalid actions. Placing a proposition on the ballot to sell land not owned by the city is legally improper, as the city council cannot sell
Your
private
time
property.
is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, Laura Schlotteroff.
Ms. Slaughterhoff.
Laura Schlotteroff, 1195 Wildson Way. Continuing, invalid actions. Placing a proposition on the ballot to sell land not owned by the city is legally improper, as the city council cannot sell private property or property belonging to another entity. I made detailed notes about the meeting in another document, City Council, May 1st, 2023. In this council meeting, Mayor Halsey brought it before the council in just an update of the item. It was not to discuss, consider, and act item for the council to consider. At the 49-minute, 44-second mark, Mayor Halsey said the city never collected any park fees. Myself and Kitty Wirtz verified this with the permit report. No fees were ever collected. I learned that City Attorney Jeremy Page sent an urgent request on October 6, 2025 for the HOA to deed the land to the city. The deed was signed by Winella Reed, Caraway Board President, on October 9, 2025. The City of Haslet owns the parkland, and Caraway residents lost out on a 1-acre park and parkland trails that was described in the Community Facilities Agreement, a contract between Terramana and the city. This park and the parkland was used by the developer and the builders to entice prospective home buyers. We are asking that the city staff and council make this right and build the nature trails, viewing platform, benches, and parking at the top of the hill near Blue Mound Road and Intermodal Parkway. The trails will connect our neighborhoods like the Master Park Plan of 2012 described, the 2020 Strategic Plan outlined with $733,000 medium-term goal, and the May 12, 2021 overview of Haslet Parks report, and now the most recent park survey. Nature trails were listed as the top choice from residents in both the 2012 and the 2026 surveys. I ask you this: what good are community facility agreements if neither the city nor the developer abides by the agreement? Residents lose out. Currently, Terramana wants to dedicate the floodplain community facilities property in the Sweetgrass development that was meant for their park. The city did collect their $1,000 park fees, which is the majority of the $596,410 per the May estimated year-to-date resources from Fund 15. Their park fees have already been spent on non-Sweetgrass improvements. Please correct these mistakes, build the nature trails, connect our neighborhoods, and hold Terramana to building the Sweetgrass Park so Haslet doesn't have to take on this cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Slaughterhoff. Do we have another speaker?
Not in person, but we did receive 2 emails.
Please go ahead.
Okay. The first is Kitty Wirtz, 205 Thistle Drive. This is about agenda item 8A, request for zoning change. The 10.49 acres located at 1304 Westport Parkway is up for rezoning request for PD. I oppose this rezone of the property. This is the same plot of land that was previously denied by City Council just a few months ago by to be rezoned industrial. This appears to be another backdoor attempt to add more warehouses to Westport Parkway. Westport Parkway is a major thoroughfare in our city, and we have very little areas like this left to build out. This frontage road can be a prime commercial retail area and needs to be protected for Haslet citizens' benefit. Our city is lacking on sales tax revenue generating locations. Let's not let this one slip away. Please deny the zoning change. This is about agenda item 8F, the foreign trade zone concurrence. I would like to know a lot more information to be provided in the council meeting before any vote is taken on this issue. I think the public deserves a full download on what this means now and in the future. We do not want to become a magnet for additional warehouses in Haslet. The land north of Haslet would be better location in Fort Worth to have this activity. We have established residential communities and no one wants warehouses among our neighborhoods. This does not generate sales tax or benefits beyond the property tax assessments. Please be very thoughtful with your vote on this important issue. This is about agenda item 8J, Chrissy Grant Program Application, Long Bridge. I ask council to deny this request and do not support this item. This resolution is in support of the Long Bridge grade separation and the Cobb Chrissy Grant application for federal funding. City Council voted to press forward with the shorter bridge over the Avondale-Haslet Road Railroad tracks at the March 30th, 2026 meeting. You also voted to press forward with the completion of Haslet Parkway at the same meeting to provide the fastest relief of traffic issues. Do not turn your back now on our citizens and support another direction. The build-out time will double and create a major problem to all Haslet residents and harm Haslet economically for years to come. Please deny this request for support. It is not what Haslet citizens want. Lastly, this is about agenda item 9A, purchase of community facilities property. If this is about a parkland and sweetgrass community, I ask council to consider very carefully not to accept crappy land from the developer in lieu of their obligations for a park. This has happened to the Caraway development and it is unacceptable. Please protect the interests of our citizens. Thank you for your consideration of these important issues. And then the next one received is Carlos Rodriguez at 503 Winchase Drive.
What was that name again?
Carlos Rodriguez.
Very good, thank you.
I'm a resident of the Creekside at Laterra community located on Avondale-Haslet Road, and I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone again of my concerns about building a larger bridge that is being considered to be started on John Day Road, bypassing State Road FM 156 and ending on Schoolhouse Roads that I'd like to add to the record for tonight's meeting. My first concern again is about the Avondale-Haslet Road traffic congestion formed in the mornings, afternoons, and during the day for resident and non-resident drivers commuting near our homes and due to multiple railroad crossings every day. I've been seeing and receiving reports from neighbors that cars are crossing through Winchase Drive at fast speeds trying to cut in front of other vehicles stuck in the outside traffic jam on Avondale-Haslet Road. We have thought about adding a speed bump or a stop sign in our community streets, but don't feel that adding this feature will prevent non-residents from crossing through our neighborhood to avoid traffic on the city street outside of our neighborhood. I've inquired and requested information on the installation of speed bumps or no-through traffic signs and have received information about them. So I want to say thanks to you and city council members for providing us this information. And we'll discuss this topic with our homeowners association team to get involved in initiating this request for our neighborhood. The reason for raising concern about the construction of a larger bridge on today's agenda is because of a topic that you will be discussing on today's meeting for a new proposal to construct a large bridge on Avondale-Haslet Road that will pass over FM 156 and extend over to Schoolhouse Road. My concern is that building such a large bridge is going to make us absorb a longer time frame and probably increase in the amount of project funding used to build this larger bridge. The time it takes to get this project approved to build a larger bridge will provide City of Fort Worth with chances to build other traffic solutions to avoid encountering traffic jams driving through our bridges. We also have a lot of undeveloped land for sale that could result in building shopping centers and restaurant areas for our City of Haslet residents and other folks who drive through our areas. I truly feel that building a large bridge bypassing FM 156 could discourage drivers from stopping at company businesses in our neighborhood area, which is truly sad. Lastly, please reconsider all the concerns mentioned above, and let's work together to make City of Haslet a great place to live. Thank you all for your time and listening to my concerns.
Thank you. Do we have any other emails?
The last one that's in your packet was read aloud by citizens, so.
Say that again.
The last one that's in your packet it was already read aloud by 3 citizens, so that's it.
Do we have anybody online?
No one online.
Anybody else in the chambers? All right.
Mr. Olson?
Yes, sir.
Is there a way that we could get like a little clock that could sit up here so that people could see how much time is left? So that way you don't have to interrupt them and tell them there's 30 seconds left?
Sure, we can, if
I think that-
would make a note of that, and we'll purchase a clock.
Just, thank you.
It'd be a timer. Good idea, thank you. All right, let's go on to items of community interest. The Summer Reading Club at the Haslet Public Library kicked off on June 1st, 2026, and it will continue through July 31st, 2026. The Reading Club, I know that I assume this Friday there's the Fireman's Reading. What is the name of that program?
That's the library's program, and the firemen will be reading this Wednesday.
Yes, so that'd be children really are really enthused about that. So if you get a chance, please come by. 4B, join the City of Haslet on Friday, June 26th for the Independence Day celebration, 250th anniversary. I've been informed we'll have some special, I'll say, decorations and maybe some events that for us to all enjoy, but there will always be the food trucks and the vendors and the fireworks and just the camaraderie of it all. Please come out. Again, that's June 26th. Along with that, all the city offices will be closed Friday, July the 3rd, 2026, in observance of Independence Day. That's all of our community interest items. Council, if we can move on to administrative reports. Do you have any questions on the administrative reports?
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a
Yes.
quick favor? Before we get into the administrative reports, where we'll probably discuss a lot of things at length, we have a special presentation that's being presented by a guest, and I'd hate to make her sit through all of that just to give her report. Is there any way we can move 6A to be the next item and then go back and do the administrative reports?
So you anticipate a lot of discussion on administrative reports?
Possibly.
Okay. Well, thank you for the heads up. Well,
I know I have several questions, and we tend to talk at length, and I would hate to have our guest have to stay for that unless she wants to.
I will take that opportunity to go to 6A and
Thank you, sir.
invite Miss Sally Aldridge up to give us a State of the Chamber address.
Well, thank
And
you.
this is the Metroport Chamber.
Yes, sir. Yes. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to do our annual presentation that I like to do for all of our communities. You have a copy of the packet that I'll refer to. There are several slides, but I'm very quick, so I promise not to take very much of your time. But we are, thank you. We're going to work together on this. So we are your business community. We've been connecting the Alliance region since 1988. And our mission, vision, and value statement has not changed in several years. And we really abide by these with everything that we do for the Chamber. The Board of Directors refers to this. I'm not that fast. Hold on. We do have a board retreat, though, next week. We have just completed our 5-year plan, or we'll be finishing up by the end of this year. So we have a new 5-year plan to put together. It'll start at the beginning of next year. So there might be changes to that. Okay. This is our region, and Haslet, of course, is one of our 7 communities. As you can see, it's a very large region, but also a very vibrant region that we're all in. Okay. These are our basic chamber facts. We service membership that's from the nonprofit all the way up to the Fortune 500 and Global 500. So it's a huge range of businesses that we serve and make sure that we are providing good services for all. And this is a snapshot of how we finished 2025. And this gives you an idea of how many communities overall. We service businesses that are coming from 49 different communities. which just shows you how many businesses really want to be in this region. And that just gives you a scope of at least those that really stand out that have the most percentages. And these are the 4 areas that we make sure we focus in, which is networking, education, promotion, and advocacy. And to cover that, our networking, these are all the areas that we cover, from our ambassador program, which really gets our small businesses involved, our free networking, which we offer predominantly for our small businesses, our membership luncheons, which we host quarterly, ribbon cuttings for all new members, we do an annual international trip, and then 4 key signature events, one which we host with the conjunction with our 7 communities. On digital networking, we have a Facebook group that's a private group for members of 648 at this time, and then our large followers is over 3,500, and then a lot of digital connections, in-person conversations that happen through that. On education, we have a regional advantage leadership program, our Women in Business program, and our BET, which is business education training, which we do at the Chamber building. And so those are really geared for small businesses, for intimate type of conversation. On promotion, these are all your areas that we offer. A lot of these areas are covered in the different membership benefits levels that the members join at. So we really try to make sure that we bundle a lot of benefits for our members. On advocacy, we do a State of Communities address. Thank you, Mayor, for presenting at our February luncheon. Our Lone Star Legislative Report, which we'll do again in September. This will be a prelude to next year's legislative session. Of course, our Regional Advantage Leadership Group, they do a tour of the 7 communities. We also take them down to Austin, and then the Chamber participates heavily in Denton and Tarrant County Days. And then on ED initiatives, in your pamphlet, in your packet, you'll see our business and residential relocation guide, which all of the communities get to participate in with a full spread of information. This is a great guide, not only for those that are moving to the area, but also businesses to start up. And then we do strategic planning, our ED meetings, which we host for all of our community leadership at the Chamber building once a month. And then also our Chamber website, which also has all your information on it. And then we did an overlay of all of the comprehensive plans that all of the communities have. And we did that a year ago in conjunction with Hillwood's support. I understand there's a lot of communities redoing all their comprehensive plans right now, so we're going to put a pin in that for now and wait until they're all done and possibly do another one. And then, of course, we have a Chamber building, which is a member benefit building. And it is located in Roanoke, but it is there for all of our members to use. We have the Metroport Commons, which is open from Monday to Thursday from 9 to 5. And it's coffee on tap, water available. And we hope our members use this as a great benefit tool to meet with people. And then we also have a small, medium conference room space, as well as our large boardroom that's available. Also part of benefits. But then if members that come in at a lower level isn't part of a benefit, it's minimal charge to use the space. And then we have 12 leasable offices upstairs, where we did this for incubator space for members, for businesses to start up. As you all know, it's very expensive to start a business. So we're there to help support that, provide services, and we hope that they'll stay in the region and choose one of our communities to build a brick and mortar eventually. And we can't do all that we do without the tremendous high-level member partners. Thank you to all of our communities, as well as our Chairman's Circle partners and our President's Circles. That allows us to keep our prices very low for our small business to be able to participate. And then our events, we could not host the events that we host without the tremendous event partners that we do. Again, thank you to the City of Haslet for being a bronze partner. And then that's a list of all of our event partners for 2025. And then we do an international trip every year. This year we're going to Croatia, and it's sold out. We're working on our destination for next year. We encourage you to consider it. It's very, definitely priced very well. I don't know how they do these trips, and they work with all the chambers. And it's a great way for not only networking, but seeing other parts of the world as well with people you know. And then these are all the areas to look for us online. We've really did a lot of research on all the different platforms that are available. but these ones seem to be still the best ones, particularly in the area that we focus in. And then also in your packet is a Connect card. We really truly believe in QR codes because it keeps things relevant and up to date as things change, whether it's the membership directory, our calendar, our Facebook group, and then of course, these are great to hand out to people if you want them to join the chamber. And then also, please, and that's the back side of it with the information. And then just a few pictures from things that we've done in the past year, our membership luncheon, our Alliance Development Forum, and I think the next, there's another slide, our last fall, our Regional Advantage Leadership class visiting the City of Haslet, and then a ribbon cutting. Also in your packet is a copy of our annual report for 2025. Thank you. Any questions?
Very good presentation. Thank you, Sally.
Absolutely.
Council, questions?
Can I just say that I was part of the third class for the leadership program, and it's
You
an
were the
amazing
best class, right?
best class.
There
Yes,
you go.
It's an amazing opportunity for anybody that from the city or from our community that would want to be part of it. I would highly encourage you to go. As she said, the Texas legislature is only in session every other year, and so this year coming up is the one to be in because we'll go down to Austin for a day and meet with the elected representatives. So if you ever want to be in leadership class, this is the year to do it. Or wait 2 years, because on the interim year, you get to do some stuff, but it's not quite as cool. So just my personal opinion. Sally can say what she wants, but really appreciate, Sally, everything that you do. And can I ask you just a little tidbit question? I heard that we're the second largest Haslet is in landmass. Is that right, out of the chamber of the cities?
Second largest in Latin. I
think somebody told me that one time.
Actually, in your
Is it
relocation
in there?
guide, it tells you the
Okay,
size of each
I'll look it
community.
up.
So,
I think we're the second largest land-wise out of the 7 cities, but
I know North Lake is
the
because
biggest.
It fits right
really
in
big.
between everybody. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you again. With that, let's go back to our administrative reports. Council, do you have questions on the administrative reports?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Did we get a digital copy of the development report?
Did you get a digital copy?
Did I miss that somewhere?
Did they get a digital copy?
It was added. It was provided a couple days late, and it was added. I sent an email to council letting y'all know when the finance and development reports were added.
Okay, all I've been able to find is the
All right.
I'll go back.
Council, any other questions on your administrative reports?
I have a quick one.
Yes.
A question. I got a chance to talk to the fire chief this week, and I learned something that I don't know that everybody's aware of, and he has no idea I'm about to say this, and it's not reflective of him. It's just some information that I learned. In the fire station, they've got this huge TV, and it's got color-coded everywhere that they service, everywhere that we service, that we pay for as our citizens, and then where all the different units are, where all the other fire stations are that are not Haslet. And I didn't know until this week that Fort Worth does not contract with, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, the county. So we, Haslet, are required to cover North Star. Is that right?
We're contracted to.
Contracted to cover North Star, which means there are 2 fire stations between here and there from Fort Worth that do not respond to North Star. We respond all the way up there. Think about how long it takes our fire engine to go from Haslet to North Star at any time of the day. Pick one.
Train is longer.
So I'm wading into something and I have no idea how this works. But
excuse me, is this tied to an administrative report? I'm trying to keep us on
the fire
agenda.
department, yes, sir.
And in the fire department report,
Well, my question is there any way that we could facilitate that argument, that agreement, that discussion, that?
and your question is to relieve Haslet?
Yes.
Haslet has
I
the
realize we're
option
contracted, but
to decline the contract. They're not required. We never have been. This is not anything new.
I know, but I don't know that my
Fort Worth-
fellow councilmen even know this information.
Fort Worth is not, they have the option to cover those areas. They have opted not to. We know that the county, that's the Emergency Services District, is building fire stations in the area. And when they come online, within another 2 years or a year or something of that nature, I'm not quite certain.
I don't know their schedule.
But they are in a program of building fire stations to take care of county areas.
Okay?
But the city of Haslet has the option of not to enter into those agreements. And that agreement is with, not with the county, but with the emergency service district that covers those areas. Now, we are way off agenda item here on administrative reports.
Well, let me bring us back.
Bring us back, please.
Okay, can I ask some questions about the community development
Yes,
administrative report? Mr. Schwenke and Mayor, the development report, I wonder if there's any way that we could add to what is the information that is on this development report in the future. I see pictures of, the projects that are ongoing, but I don't see anything about future possibilities. And I first brought up the development issues back in August when we had our budget meeting. And I asked who's in charge of doing business development, who's in charge of recruiting businesses, who's in charge of calling and recruiting people, who's in charge of fielding those calls. I know a couple months ago, Mr. Schwenke said that we've had multiple calls about the land at the corner of Blue Mountain and 156, which council has never been aware of. So I would like in the future on the development report to have a list of how many calls were made. It doesn't have to say to who, but how many calls were made, how many calls were fielded, and what about? Was it a residential call? Was it a commercial call? Was it a warehouse call? Was it a development call? Was it however you want to categorize it?
so you're inquiring about an economic development report?
Isn't that what this is?
No,
Development
this
report?
is just, these are items under construction, correct?
They're under construction, and I've actually started doing some verbal stuff at the very bottom of the report, things that are going on that are not under construction yet. If you go down to the very last slide, and I'm going to start building on that right there. Go up, go up, go up. Things that we know that are coming down the pike, and I'll be starting with and adding things like what you want on
Okay.
there.
Mayor, it used to be an economic development report, but then it changed to this, so there was
So how
separately.
can we get those economic
Previously.
development report numbers and information? Because I remember in the budget meeting.
We just include them in this, we can incorporate them into this report.
We can do that.
Yes.
Okay, so we can know how many calls are being made, how many calls are being fielded, and what their nature is without necessarily specific companies being mentioned or anything like that?
Yes, I can only report the ones that I know about, which is quite a few.
Okay, we would love to have that information. And like if you go, Mr. Schwenke, if you go to a meeting of some sort, like a chamber lunch, for example, how many contacts did you make while you were there, that sort of thing? Just so we can have a record of the activity?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Very good. Do we have any other questions on our administrative reports?
I guess going back to the developmental report or development report, is it supposed to be all the active projects going on in Haslet?
Well, it's not every house or anything like
No.
that, but it's the major ones that are going on. If it's just a minor repair, no, but I'm trying to hit all the ones that we know about. Like there's things that have dropped off, like the road improvements, the drainage improvements, the improvements on Westport Parkway. They'll come and then they'll drop off as soon as they're done. But I try to identify all the projects that are going on.
Okay, so pretty much anything that is actively happening post us awarding the contract, I would like to see it on here, like Mansfield parking lot. I would love for us to see the schedule, not just a few pictures or that the contract is started, but more of what did the next few months look like? When do they intend to be completed? Especially for that one, since we're trying to beat the baseball schedule, I think it'd be good for us to have some details.
I'll see if I can get Public Works to help me with that.
Okay.
As far as their
Would there be a
scheduling.
better report for that to go on?
There may be, like the engineering report, like their engineering schedules of the projects might be a good one, because I'm not really involved in a lot of the day-to-day activities of what's going on in some of those construction projects that are more engineering type projects.
Okay.
But I can work with Mr. Anderson and get that information.
However we do that between these two reports, if we can just have easier access to the public of what exactly is happening and when it's going to be done.
Let me interject a few comments. So what you're asking for would really be a combination between primarily Public Works and engineering through, construction projects, whether it's water or sewer or roads, things of that nature. This report that Mr. Swanky has put together focuses more on building construction. Is that correct?
That's correct. Or if there's, public improvements that are being made, like if there's street improvements that are being made that are very obvious that everybody's going through and they see, I'll try to make mention of them.
Yeah, I was just asking because it kind of overlaps with the engineering report, because you've got the fire station, you've got the church. It's just, I'm not seeing the clear lines of how the two reports differ. But however you guys want to put it, I just want to be able to see what's happening in the city, what's under construction, and what the schedule is.
You may have to look at several reports to get the whole.
But that's the problem, is it shouldn't be that way. We need to have a clearer way for residents and city council to see what's happening in a quick, precise manner. It doesn't have to go deep into the details, but we should just be able to see what's happening.
Go back, I'd refer back to May 19th of 2025. We used to get an economic development report, and that, I think, is more what you're looking for. So
May 19th?
May 19th of 2025. Look at that and see if that's, because those were really good. QT is finishing their final civil plans. The house on 20 Main Street's been sold. Daycare's added to the Caraway plan development, so a lot of economic.
Yeah, that sounds like it. It's just, I'm seeing that as we
Those were
award
good.
things or take steps as council, we lose sight of them for a while, and then eventually we're like, oh, where is this? And I just don't want that gap.
It used to be that when I first started doing this, it was like a running list, and we'd always add the blue, one in blue at the very bottom, which would be a new project or what is happening that month, and the other ones would still stay on the report, even though they might be over a year and a half, 2 years old.
That was very helpful.
So what
And-
happened to that?
Well, we went to a little bit different format. Because, we had pages and pages of just things that happened 2 years ago that, for the most part, it was meaningless to people.
Well, once it's done, it should fall off, but us keeping items until they're complete helps us not to lose track of them, because I'm also seeing that in the budget where we've got line items that have been there for years that we're not doing anything with. But staying on task, I'll look at that. Maybe a hybrid of what used to be and what is now.
Yeah, that's what I'm starting to do at the bottom of these things. I'm going to start building, and you'll see those things stay on there, and I'll just put new ones in on blue from now on. It'll start, and I used to do them when they were in areas. Contacts along 35, contacts along 156, things like that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Council, yeah, other questions?
Yeah, I've got a question. It's on both the engineering report and the development report. It's property at 405 Westport, it's the CTDI building. Down here on the engineering report, I've noticed they've got the traffic impact analysis comments to applicant on 5.4. Can we get a copy of what those were? This is one of the things I've asked for, in the past, is we need to really do an analysis on this. That's the same building they were looking to put 400 to 500 parking places in, and I want to do a comparison on what is Amazon doing on a plus up on employment in their November, December timeframe, because we know what traffic does. That does to our traffic. They divert out of one lane, and that's temporary part of the year. This is going to be 12 months of the year. We're fixing to dump 400 to 500 cars potentially out on the Westport 2-3 times a day. So we really need to understand, and I've stated that before with this, we need to understand what is that going to do to Westport, because it's already a choke point with traffic.
And we agree with you, and they submitted a TIA on that, and our engineering department rejected it because it didn't cover all the aspects, and we told them, ask them to redo it. So they're in the process of redoing it. So it's an active item right now, but it's a back and forth between engineering and their engineer that did the TIA. But we weren't satisfied with it.
Okay, that's my main concern. Like I said, we see what Amazon does to us during the Christmas season. So this is constant once this gets up and running. So we really need to understand, what are they going to do? I don't see any way you're going to rebuild the bridge here on Westport anytime soon. So you were kind of stuck with 2 lanes east and west, in the immediate future. So depending on what traffic does, I think we're looking to compound the issue that we currently have. Really need to see what this traffic impact analysis does to us.
Yeah, we were very unsatisfied with what they provided, so we sent them back to the drawing board on it.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask
Yes.
a couple more questions? In lieu of what one of our citizens requested earlier, I know we have the engineering report, and I know it's rather lengthy sometimes, but is there any way to pull out specific road projects that are going on we have a couple of them under the 6A here, but those are not all the ones that are currently on the radar, so to speak. I'm not asking for them to be under item 6 there, but is there a way that we could maybe do the engineering report and then maybe do a specific road report? Is that possible?
We could do that. Just part of the engineering report have a section that's very specific to roadways.
I think that would be very
That would
helpful.
segregate it out, and you
Yeah.
don't have to read every
It'd
line.
be easier to see it, yes, sir.
All right.
I think that would be helpful.
And then just, Mr. Anderson is still working on redoing that report. He just wasn't able to get it done for this month. So he's saying for the July 20th meeting, he's going to bring that forward. So if we want to suggest any sort of update, he's going to be working on that this month.
Council, you have any other reports?
Can I ask, sorry, one more small question. I apologize, since Ms. Marcy's here. Just a little quick thing. Last year, we approved funds to pay for crossing guards, but we didn't do that until school was already going. So do we need to do a budget amendment or an approval now so that we can have the crossing guards in place for the first day of school, which is August 12th? Because if we wait until the new budget, it's going to be again where we go the first 6 weeks of school with no crossing guards.
We will be receiving a new quote from the company, All American Crossing Guards.
And
Okay.
a contract that'll
For
come.
that we would bring to the
A
council.
contract, okay.
But are we,
Yes.
can we get it done before so we can have the crossing guards there for day
yes.
one?
Yeah,
Okay, I just want to make sure, because that first day of school is super crazy.
yes.
And we want to make sure we have crossing guards there, keep our kids safe. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, council. Let's move on to updates on active items, projects, and event recaps. We've had thank you for the chamber update. Fire department expansion. If there's 2 of you that could give input on that.
You'd like to, you can. I got pictures for you. I got you. All right, if you'll go ahead and go to the next slide. So I have very little here to report. We gave you the timeline last report, and it's still currently looking like a mid-August for the final completion. These here are just one back that are showing you there. They're starting to form up and do the flat work for the driveway and parking lot area there. They got the pad set for the condensing unit on the outside. That next slide. I think that's just another view of that. Next slide. Yeah, this is just a few other angles. Next slide. And then I think we showed a partial completion there, but this is a little further along. You see the drop ceiling is going in. The tiling is further along than it was previously. I mean, they're continuing on with that interior finish out. Is that the last slide I have, I think? Oh, one more, yeah. And there's, of course, breaker panels, things like that are starting to go in. So they're starting to get some of these finish out. And I believe, did you have the timeline on when they were going to be putting in AC?
They're supposed to get the AC connected this week, is the hope.
Yeah. And once the space is conditioned...
Would you repeat that? We couldn't hear.
Yeah. So the fire chief said they were hoping to have power to that section coming in this week, which will allow them to start doing work that has to be done in a conditioned space where they need, things like humidity and, heat out of the equation so they can do some of those finish out work. But it's moving according to plan here, so. And that's the only update I have really for you on this.
Now, I do see that they're framing up the parking lot and will soon be putting in rebar to pour the parking lot. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What do we have on that?
Oh, well, that was the portion I said on the flat work. So they've done the forms, they're starting to lay down rebar, and then the next phase would be to pour. But they've laid that out in preparation for pouring the driveway and parking lot.
And what they anticipate start pouring in maybe a week or 2 weeks?
What I have here is it was day on 6/17 to 6/30 should have been all the flat work installed, ready to pour. I don't have a pavement date on here specifically.
Mr. Roger, I think you have some update on that. What do you got?
You got that.
Yeah, their anticipation is for the next, probably it's going to take close to 2 weeks, almost, not exact, but roughly 2 weeks to get all the steel in place, ready to go, and then they'll start in the back and work their way forward, get that back parking lot done, so they don't have to drive over it, and then they'll move up to the front one. So over the next 3 weeks to 4 weeks, there'll be steel and concrete, steel and concrete, steel and concrete.
When you say back parking lot, that's the parking lot, that's the secure parking area?
Yeah, they'll start in the secured area and bring it up and around the building forward.
So it doesn't connect to the current parking lot on the back of the fire?
No,
Okay.
no, it doesn't. All it'll be connecting back there on the back side of the building is a sidewalk.
As far as y'all are concerned, is this moving at the pace it should? I mean, are there any big snags left? 'Cause it seems like it's dragging a little bit.
No real big snags. They just got a brand new project manager, and this manager so far seems to be at least pushing the ball forward a little more than the last one was.
I might suggest y'all put a no outlet sign at that new driveway that's about to be poured, because I guarantee you somebody's going to think, oh, I can get to the baseball fields this way, and they're going to turn in right there. And that could cause extra traffic or a dangerous situation if someone's trying to get there quickly and don't realize they can't get through. So you might want to put a no outlet sign right there at the entrance to that driveway.
Yeah, right there coming off 156. Oh, that'd be easy to do.
Very good. Well, thank you. Sure. Any other questions on the fire station? All right. Intermodal land, I'm going to assume that has to do with right-of-way for the intermodal connection at Haslet Parkway. The property owners have been contacted. They sound very agreeable. There's a meeting set up for next week with the property owners. They have the documents in hand of the property being requested, and I would expect they will look on this very favorably. I know other property that they were involved in that the city needed, they actually donated that property. So we look forward to speaking with them.
May I ask who all's going to be in that meeting?
who is going to be in that meeting?
Yes, sir.
The property owner and I.
And then you're going to convey that information to everybody after that
Yes, sir.
at the next council meeting?
Actually, I'll send you an email.
An
prior
email?
to the council meeting.
An email?
A council communique. Is there
Okay.
something wrong with that? You don't want it?
I'd love an email from you.
Good.
Thank you.
Next item, Avondale Haslet Road, Haslet Parkway grade separation. Mr. Anderson's not here to give that. Is he online? And
I'm
let
online.
me ask, is Mr. Jeff Neal online? Do you see Jeff Neal? I just want to confirm he is online. Very good.
Good evening. I'm here.
All right then, thank you very much. Mr. Anderson, the Haslet Parkway, Avondale Haslet Road, yes, this project here that you are interfacing with TxDOT and Kimley Horn on, as I understand. This is actually now between Kimley Horn and TxDOT, is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, tell us what you know.
Excellent. All right, Richard, I'm going to say next slide when I'm ready to go to the next slide.
We lost your volume.
Hello, Mr. Anderson. We've lost your volume.
Next slide, please.
We lost your volume, sorry.
There we go. Thank you, Richard. Okay, so Mr. Horak had asked about a month ago for a nice update showing the project limits as currently understood and being scoped by Kimley Horn and TxDOT. And so I've got a graphic here that hopefully everybody can see. We've color-coded the project beginning on the, I guess it would be the right-hand side of the slide deck here. The green portion of what we're calling the Haslet Parkway at-grade improvements. Those generally begin at Station 69 and run west over to FM 156. You'll see the Avondale Haslet grade separated crossing improvements as delineated in the light yellow, which extends from FM 156 over to John Day Road. And then we've got a light blue portion of the project that we're currently calling the Avondale Haslet at grade improvements, which extend from Day Road over to Creekside Drive there in Laterra. And then we have the purple color, which is a designation to delineate the City of Fort Worth, Tarrant County construction project, which goes from Willow Springs out in Fort Worth back over here to Creekside and Haslet. So this is kind of a layout of the project. We've got the completed portion of Haslet Parkway shown in red on the right-hand side of the graphic. And then we've got our active construction project in purple on the west. And we've got the three current project limits that we're trying to scope and schedule and fund there in green, yellow, and blue. Next slide, please. So I want to start with Haslet Parkway at grade improvements. I'm going to go through some photos, kind of showing everyone the current condition of the project and the work zone. We have worked to identify all those work items that remain to be constructed from the original Haslet Parkway project. We have gone through and determined what materials are on hand and currently being stored both in Haslet as well as with TxDOT for the project. And we've began discussions with Kimley Horn to try to incorporate these materials on hands and completed construction components into a new set of Kimley-Horn plans for the at-grade project completion up to 156. Next slide, please. So this is, you see station 69 there on the left-hand graphic. That would be a photo looking back to the east. And then as we walk west, you'll see the completed concrete starting to disappear into the distance. So that's, again, looking back east at approximately station 69 plus 50 on the project. Next slide, please. We've got a large pile of spoils here that's currently covering a portion of sanitary sewer facilities that are not completed. We've got culverts and miscellaneous riprap as well as water line that is not completed. Next slide, please. Again, existing riprap and grading that needs to be completed. Miscellaneous utility facilities that are delivered to the site that are not installed. Next slide, please. Additional materials and roadway grading that needs to be completed. You'll see a head wall for a bridge class culvert. That's just a culvert that's got a span that exceeds 20 feet in length. That's all that means. You'll see a utility valve there for the water line that needs to be adjusted to grade, but the grade can't get put in until the drainage is finished. Next slide, please. Another example of some unfinished grading and utility adjustments necessary in this general location. Next slide, please. Some additional drainage improvements showing lack of completion on the project. Next slide, please. Grading and drainage. You'll see the bottom half of a curb inlet there in the right-hand photo next to the head wall on that bridge class culvert. Next slide, please. Some additional views from each of the ends of the bridge class culvert to the west. Next slide, please. Okay, so a summary for the project in green, which we're calling the Haslet Parkway at-grade improvements. That would be from station 69 out to 156. As I've stated, we've assembled the inventory and determined what's been completed and what remains to be completed. We've determined what materials are on hand from a utility and drainage standpoint. The key item on this list would be item 3. That would be the engineering construction contract. Kimley-Horn did submit that on June 5th. We have not had the ability to sit back down with them as they are currently under negotiations with TxDOT. TxDOT is wanting a little bit more time to discuss scope and schedule with Kimley-Horn before we sit back down with them, we being the city. They do have 60 days to get them under contract formally and executed. That's why I've put 8/15 as the completed by date there on that item. That engineering contract would include the redesign effort for the at-grade facilities from 69 out to 156. However, that will require TxDOT approval, and then through the bidding contract award phase, which obviously has not been completed. City of Haslet will need to work to acquire the necessary temporary construction and grading easements. Those have all expired associated with the Haslet Parkway project. So we're in the process of determining what's necessary to get those updated and begin the acquisition process. We do not have a construction duration estimate, nor do we have an updated construction cost estimate. Both of those items will be worked on once Kimley-Horn gets under contract with TxDOT for the project. And so that would be the first phase of my update. If you go to the next slide, please. Advancing to what we're calling the Avondale-Haslet grade separated crossing. This would be the BNSF bridge, the short bridge. which would extend from FM 156 over to John Day Road. This project is currently being covered with the same engineering construction contract that I just referenced. Expected that that contract would be completed by the 15th of August. That would include the necessary scope and schedule for that engineering work for the short bridge. Obviously, we don't have engineering design approval, nor do we have the bidding or the construction contract for the project. We will have additional temporary construction easements necessary to support this phase of the project that will be in the process of determining what's next so that the city can go work to acquire those. We do not have a construction duration estimate, nor do we have an updated construction cost estimate. I did talk with Ms. Gotti this afternoon over at COG, who is in the process of preparing a funding plan for the project. And she did convey to me that she is working with TxDOT internally to secure some of the prior funds, the RTR funds, I think it was RTR funds that were previously allocated to the short bridge when it was under the prior CSJ project. So need to go through and identify and find those funds, move those funds over so that they can be incorporated into Ms. Christie's funding plan for the entire project. So I did speak with her about that. She's thinking that'll probably be wrapped up over the next couple of weeks. And I'll speak to that more at the end of my presentation here. Next slide, please. Okay, Avondale Haslet at-grade improvements. I put formerly known as Haslet Parkway Phase 2. That would be the at-grade improvements necessary to complete the roadway from John Day Road over to Creekside Drive in Laterra, as indicated by the light blue graphic here. Again, covered by the same engineering contract that's currently under review and negotiations between TxDOT and Kimley Horn. We do not have engineering design or approval, nor do we have a authorization for bidding or a construction contract for this project. There are additional temporary construction and grading easements that will need to be acquired. And upon completion of the Kimley Horn contract and further discussions with TxDOT, we'll be able to put together a construction duration estimate as well as an updated cost estimate. So this little piece, whether this piece goes in as part of the bridge project, if the bridge is broken out from the at-grade or if it's included at the at-grade on the east half of the project, those are some details that we're just going to have to work out over the next month or so with TxDOT and Kimley Horn as we advance further into the preliminary design for the project. Next slide, please. Okay, so Avondale Haslet, this is the City of Fort Worth, Tarrant County Improvements Project. This runs from Willow Creek Drive in Fort Worth. This is what you see on the screen here is the second graphic available from Fort Worth on their website about this particular project. And you'll see that they have construction plans and a construction contract that is executed and a contractor working to improve Avondale Haslet 4-lane divided up through Creekside Drive there in Haslet. It's a 4-lane concrete road with median, drainage, lighting, 10-foot shared use paths. And I believe it's 4 signalized intersections in Fort Worth. The 2 intersections here in Haslet are not signalized. So this is looks like about a $75 million project that's currently under construction. Speaking with the project manager for this one in Fort Worth, they're currently estimating utility completion, underground water, mainly water improvements, to be ongoing through the end of the summer before the project gets going in earnest with the roadway improvements. As we get a little bit closer to that, we will get an updated project schedule from that contractor, be able to incorporate that into our next update on this project to the council. Next slide, please. This is an update from our working meeting that was held on May 22nd with the City of Haslet, COG, and TxDOT. Next slide, please. We discussed the funding for the project. As I stated before, I confirmed with Ms. Gotti that she's working to have the funding and plan in place, hopefully by the end of June. You said mid-June here, but there's just a lot of forensic information and investigation that needs to be done to identify all the previously available funds, and then work to identify all the available funding for the completion of the project as I previously described. Item 2 is our TxDOT Kimley-Horn contract updates and discussions. There were several items that were needed from the city to Kimley-Horn. We provided those back on the 22nd, I guess the same day that we met. We had hoped that Kimley-Horn would get their engineering contract to TxDOT on the 5th of June. That did occur. As you can see, TxDOT has 60 days to execute the contract. You don't have any information on items D or E, but I walked everybody through those in my presentation as it relates to the schedule for the at-grade improvements as well as the short bridge. TxDOT does have everything that they need and or have requested from the City of Haslet. So they're not awaiting any information from the City of Haslet other than our temporary construction and grading easements, which we're working on, and we'll have that information available for budget discussions in the next couple of weeks. Ms. Christie does not have anything else that she's waiting on from us at this point. She just needs her time to put all the funding information together. Let's see here. The plan is to submit for a SIP modification or amendment, I guess it would be. That's due down to the state, my understanding, by the end of September, and they expect that modification to be approved in the late fall of 26, which generally coincides with the Christie Grant Award notification, as identified in item 4.3 on the second half of this update here. The tip mod cycle would allow funds to be available about March 27 or June of 27, somewhere in there, for the short bridge. So the timing of the short bridge versus the long bridge, it's all going to work itself out towards the end of the fall. And Kimley-Horn will be able to either move forward and design the short bridge, which they're currently under contract on, or pivot and do a contract amendment with TxDOT to include the design of the long bridge. That's kind of how all this is lining up. And I know the mayor, Mr. Neal, could speak more to that on their item. I don't want to steal any thunder on that one. Item 5, where's the money? RTC will be the money bridge or the gap to cover the gap, as Mr. Morris put it. Once that gap has been determined, so we got a little ways to get there, but the goal is to obviously have a better feel for the dollars before Ms. Christie gets ready to send her amendment down to the state for full funding on the project. We've kind of covered the next steps. My goal is to come back with a updated version of my exhibit here with dollars next to it and some better dates. If we go to the next slide, I think I might get into that a little bit more. There we go. So I do have a meeting scheduled with Mr. Cordery and Mr. Poole, TxDOT, on Wednesday. That meeting with me today. So we'll get into some more of the specifics, as much as they'll share with me about the Kimley-Horn contract, their schedule, and we'll progress into setting a formal working meeting with Kimley-Horn, TxDOT, and Haslet. They would like for us to be involved in that, but that should, hopefully we can get that lined up for next week. But the meeting I do know I have scheduled is for Wednesday. I spoke earlier about the need for temporary construction and grading easements, all the ones that were required for the Haslet Parkway project have expired.
Mr. Anderson, we lost your audio. Lean the other way. We could hear you.
Any better?
There we go.
Okay, I won't move. I will not move. And we're almost done. Temporary construction easements, those will be the City of Haslet's. The ones acquired for Haslet Parkway have expired. I'll be bringing that information back hopefully in about 2 weeks so we can make sure that's all in the necessary budget discussions for funding in FY27, so we're not holding anything up there. We do have some utility construction decisions to make, whether or not to include water and sewer extensions as part of the TxDOT plans, or if we'll elect to do those with separate contract. We'll discuss some of the pros and cons of that with the budget discussions on the easements. There is a need to review and revise and set for City Council approval a draft interlocal agreement between Haslet and City of Fort Worth to cover that construction coming from the west on that purple segment of the project. Like I said earlier, the road probably will not get going in earnest until the end of the summer, so we'll be working through trying to get a better feel for the project schedule, and we'll bring that interlocal agreement forward for council approval before the end of the summer. Once we receive, review, and discuss with Kimley Horn the TxDOT engineering contract, we will be able to get a design schedule put together. That should coincide with the TIP funding breakdown that Ms. Gotti's putting together to cover the project from Station 69 through the grade separated crossing, the at-grade Haslet, Avondale Haslet improvements, basically taking the project out to Creekside Drive. And given the time it's going to take to get all these things in place, my suggestion or best I got for you at this point would be coming back with an updated presentation and a more detailed project schedule at the August 17th, 2026 meeting. So that would allow a working meeting with TxDOT, a follow-up meeting with Kimley Horn and TxDOT, our group meeting with COG and TxDOT and Kimley Horn, and then begin some discussion on the easement needs, funding, kick the can around on the utility extensions, all while Kimley Horn and TxDOT get their engineering contract executed, which should line up nicely with that presentation to you all back on August 17th. So I don't have a lot for you this evening, but I do have a lot that we are working. This project's moving forward as one project. We haven't got into the weeds on what can be split out, what can be done, as far as two projects, one project. But right now, Kimley Horn is being tasked with, or has been tasked with, give us an engineering contract to cover the project from 69 out to John Day Road, and our Creekside Drive, I'm sorry. And we will get into the weeds on what that implementation schedule looks like, the funding for everything over the next month and a half, and we'll come back with a detailed plan and presentation to the council on the 17th of August. Any questions for me?
No, thanks, Mike. It's kind of what I wanted, was a little more detailed information, but I do have a couple questions. I think a couple months ago at one of the presentations, one of the items that was brought up was, I guess, to finish out a punch list for the
Yes, sir.
original part of Haslet Parkway. I guess more cosmetic stuff, but where are we at with that?
So that is part of the discussion. Some of the work on the punch list, the majority of it was lighting and sidewalks. We haven't gotten into the weeds on what that's going to look like. There's two different options. One of them would be include that work as part of this Haslet Parkway at grade finish out. The other potential option might be to include some of that work as part of the 170 extension project. Either way, we'll have better information for you at that next meeting on the 17th. A lot of the punch list items were covered in the photos that I've got there, so that's just part of things wrapped up. But from intermodal to 69, I think the biggest items were the streetlights and the sidewalks, and those are still ongoing. We kind of need to get waiting for some funding verification on TxDOT side of things, which was one of our punch list items as well. So I'll have a better plan on the 17th.
I believe that you have well, I know you do, because between Intermodal and Haslet Parkway to Station 69, a substantial completion letter was issued to TxDOT, and it had a detailed punch list. Is that what you're asking for?
Could be. He just mentioned.
Provide that to them, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, sir. I will get that to them and let them know that we need a plan by the 17th on how those items will be rectified. The mayor's correct. We did issue a punch list on May of 2025, detailing those deficiencies or items that need to be rectified prior to final completion. So we'll have a plan for that by the 17th.
Can we get a copy of this presentation slide as well?
Does the city secretary have this presentation? We have that on file, so we'll make that available.
Thank you.
I was actually.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Anderson, I know y'all were just talking about that punch list. I just want to make sure that we present that in a way that doesn't damage any relationships that are being built. Because we're going to be working with TxDOT on a lot of things. I want it to get done, of course, but I want to make sure that it's done in the right way so that, we're still friends at the end of the day, so to speak.
Understood. Yeah, we'll sit down with them and see how we can best incorporate those work items into one of these two upcoming projects. That's no problem.
And Mike, while we're still on this right here, what I'd like to find out, looking at the color-coded page you had up with the Haslet Parkway and grade separation and whatnot, so on the red and, go on back there, keep going, right here. So just for my education, I'm sorry, I'm a little slow at this stuff. So on the red and green portions, which is basically the finishing of Haslet Parkway to 156, you mentioned easements a few times. Are there any right-of-way acquisitions that need to take place to finish this portion of the road out?
The at-grade portion, the green portion is specifically?
Yeah, red and green, the Haslet Parkway up to 156.
No, sir, there's no right-of-way needs, there's no utility easement needs, only there are some temporary grading and utility easements that will need to be acquired, but those are just temporary that would extinguish upon completion of the project. So those are pretty easy to obtain relatively to a permanent. So we do have all the land rights for permanent work.
I think the right-of-ways was one of the major hang-ups with the completion of the original Haslet Parkway. So I want to make sure we're out in front on the right-of-ways with this. And then I'm sure there's probably more right-of-ways acquisitions that need to take place on west beyond 156.
All the right-of-way for the Haslet Parkway project as currently scoped in this exhibit here, all that's been obtained. So again, we'll have some temporary easements. Now the right-of-way associated with the bridge, whether it's the long bridge or the short bridge, that'll further evaluated as we get into the preliminary design with Kimley Horn, and that would be one of the things that needs to be identified sooner than later due to its potential impact, schedule, and budget. So we can have an update for you at the 18th. I don't know if we'll have all those answers, but we'll have a better idea than we do today.
No, I just want to make sure we stay out in front of it this time. We don't get caught behind the 8 ball with it. So thank you.
Understood. Yes, sir.
I will add that all the right-of-way for the original at-grade project has been acquired.
Okay, that's what Mike just referred to, so thank you.
Okay, Crystal, to add what Tanya said, when you provide it, is there a way for you to go back and attach it to the agenda so residents can also pull this slideshow up, not just council?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, Mike, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
The other day I was driving down Haslet Parkway going west, and I noticed that on both sides of the road there was a sidewalk. Is that sidewalk going to continue from Intermodal all the way to 156 at some point? I noticed the sidewalk stopped right there on both sides of the road at Intermodal. I thought they would have continued all the way to Station 69, or but it looks like it's not there. So is that going to be on the future construction?
Yes, sir. That was part of the original Haslet Parkway improvements out to the city limits line. The sidewalks, as well as the street lighting in the medians, those were some of the items that were identified as not being completed in our punch list. And so we're working through how those will get implemented from where they currently terminate out through the rest of the project. So we'll have a plan for that when I present in August.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would
Yes,
be
sir.
good. I mean, you mentioned the sidewalk there. That would be good because if we could get it to come on west a little bit farther, maybe there's potential then we could cut off and cut through, the 77 acres with some sort of path that would go from Haslet Parkway, past Public Works up to Schoolhouse Road and tie in with the path we have up going along Schoolhouse Road. So it'd be something to look at. Then the folks, they spoke here tonight about Caraway and Sweetgrass. They could find a way, they could go all the way to Community Park on a sidewalk. So,
All right, council, let me ask at this time, I know Mr. Neal is online. Mr. Neal, and he's with COG, and he's involved in some of this discussion. Mr. Neal, is there anything that you want to add with regard to the Avondale Haslet Road, Haslet Parkway, and grade separation, what you're looking at on the screen right now?
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Good to see you, Mr. Jeff.
Good to see you. Good to hear you all as well. I really don't have anything more to add beyond what Mr. Anderson has presented. We've been in the same meetings and very fortunate to be able to have all of the, getting to understand and address all of these remaining details. And yes, the idea is that all of this is proceeding in tandem with the work that I'll discuss later in the agenda regarding the Christie grant application. But the idea, as has been discussed before, is that we're working hard on each of these approaches up to that inflection point, when we hear ultimately whether or not the application is awarded. But yes, really don't have anything else to add with this information.
All right,
beyond
well,
what
thank
Mr.
you.
Anderson presented. Thank
Very
you.
good. I know you'll be coming up here on item 8J, but when we get to that point, I'm going to move you up. But nonetheless, at this point, I think probably we could take a 5-minute recess and come back and finish up with this, the update, and go on with the rest of the agenda item. So at 8:33 p.m., I call for a recess of the open meeting. Crystal?
Come in from the bar and trying to clean up a little bit.
Very good. Thank you, council. I resume the open meeting of this city council meeting at 8:39 p.m. All the council members are present. Item 6E, Mr. Anderson, I assume you're going to give us this update on the regional detention and retention at the Vines and Watercress.
Mr. Anderson, are you back online?
Let's give him a minute.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
This is kind of on this topic, but not really. But I heard today that the movie Frisco King is going to be filming something in Watercress, and so I heard that, and so I just wanted to. I saw that on social media, and so I just wanted to ask tonight: do we know when that's going to happen? Is that going to shut off parts of Blue Mound or anything?
To my knowledge, the city has been not notified of that. That's a requirement that the filming company notify the city.
Okay.
So
They're having lots of streets closed off in South Lake and Keller this week for that.
So,
There it is.
Mr. Anderson, item 6C, regional retention at the Vines and Watercress. Mr. Anderson.
Can you hear us, Mr. Anderson?
Can you send him a text, a chat?
He said he can't hear you.
Much better. All right. Mayor, if you're ready for me, I'll get into it.
We are ready for you.
Apologize for that. I'm not sure what happened. All right, folks. What I've got here is an overview of the watercress and the vines, detention and retention, as well as the amenity pond system for presentation this evening. Next slide, please. Detention versus retention, just high level. Detention ponds temporarily detain water. Eventually all the water is released from the pond via an outlet structure or pipe, and the pond is typically dry. Retention pond is a water that normally has a certain volume of water in it for most periods of time, and it can be designed so that it can function as a detention facility as well. So basically, any water that is introduced into the pond above the normal water pool elevation can be designed so that water is detained and then slowly released. The ponds in the watercress development adjacent to Blue Mound Road are amenity ponds. They are retention facilities. However, they were not designed to have any detention capabilities. The engineering design for that particular phase of watercress was such that the sub-basin A, which is the drainage area directly upstream from those ponds, was reduced. The amount of runoff was reduced to a level that was lower than the amount of runoff to that certain design point prior to development. So in other words, they cut the basin size down. So instead of, let's say, 150 acres, you had 30 acres. So even though the 30 acres produces more runoff, overall there was less runoff to a point, generally along Blue Mound Road. and thus there was no need for detention. So I just wanted to begin with a brief description of detention and retention. Next slide, please. So here's a general location exhibit.
You're muted again.
There we go. Is that better? Yeah. Okay, on the left, you'll see watercress development. They have 3 amenity ponds that I do, generally located on the north end of the development. As labeled on my exhibit, they have 2 detention ponds, one more or less in the middle of the development that I'm calling the north pond, and then you see they have a larger pond on the south end. Then we have the vines on the east. You'll see a retention pond located on the northern third of that particular development, as well as a pond there on the south side of detention pond. Next slide, please. Just some general information. All these facilities are located on HOA lots or X lots. The HOA is responsible for the operation and maintenance of each of these facilities, and they must remain in working and operable condition to facilitate regional drainage due to increased stormwater runoff generated by these 2 developments. Next slide, please. So just a high-level general overview of how these ponds work and where they go. So you'll see the retention pond there in the vines, and we're starting at the bottom of this graphic here. Retention pond there in the vines, you'll see its discharge location generally in red, and it follows the yellow arrow underneath that gas haul road into the detention area, common detention area, located where the hand is there. That detention area there on Watercress also accepts water from the detention pond in the Watercress development, and that water is discharged along that same route. Water is collected, and it is essentially choked down with the culvert design underneath Blue Mountain Road. And then that water generally travels north along the ditch line through Maxwell Estates and generally back out into the floodplain in the Sweetgrass development. So that's just generally kind of how these the northern end of these ponds function. The amenity ponds are tied together. They're all tied together with a pipe, if you will. And you'll note that if you go out and you look at the amenity ponds, there's a large circular diameter, probably a 60-inch RCP that appears to be just above the surface of the pond. And so, again, any excess water that comes in from that sub-basin would go into the pond. The pond would go up an incremental amount. That water would go down through that large opening, through that weir, calculated weir, and then out into the right-of-way of Blue Mountain Road. Next slide, please. I'm not going to get into this, but you can and you do size detention facilities using the modified rational method. Basically, it involves calculating the peak runoff, calculate the time of concentration or how long it takes a drop of water to go from the furthest most point in the basin to your design point. You next determine the allowable outfall flow from your facility while you look at your critical storm duration and you look at your time concentrations as it relates to volumes versus peak runoff. And then you use those 3 calculated values to determine your storage volume. Next slide, please. So there was a regional detention study that was paid for and performed by the developer back in May of 2020 with the goal of taking the design for the Vines detention facilities and incorporating the designed and planned improvements for the Watercress facility And so what you see on the screen here is a copy of the cover of that study done by Hydrolink Engineering. And then you'll see the basin breakdown for the two developments there on the right-hand side of the graphic. So they take plans for the subdivision, how that water is going to flow, and they calculate the runoff, the increased runoff for each one of those basins, and that is used in sizing the detention facilities, essentially. Next slide, please. They do so by calculating the curve number or the runoff coefficient based on whether that ground is plowed farmer's field or if it is looked at or turned into residential or commercial type development. So there's ways and values that are used to calculate that runoff value that I showed on the previous slide before this one, I guess it would be. Next slide, please. Again, they went through and performed detailed time of concentration calculations for all the basins. You'll see pre-project calculations and then a comparison to the post-project. You think about it takes water less time to run across concrete than it does grass, and therefore it leads to increased runoff. Next slide, please. There were storage discharge curves calculated for the existing basins, and then those were compared to the proposed basins, and that's what was used to determine detention pond volumes. Next slide, please. And then the detention ponds were effectively modeled to ensure that there was adequate freeboard and protection against adjacent properties and roadways, as well as other public facilities, to make sure that the grades were all set at an elevation that didn't allow for flooding or inundation. So this is just one of the graphics that we found in the detention study. You can see those lines kind of streaking across the detention area. Those are just different cross sections that are modeled to ensure that all these facilities were sized adequately. Next slide, please. Here we have a breakdown of the ponds. On the northern end, we've got the 3 amenity ponds in yellow, and then the detention facilities, detention area, detention pond, and a retention pond on the vines with designed detention. Next slide, please. Just to kind of blow up the common regional facility, large facility there in blue on the right-hand side of the screen that provides for common increased detention for the vines, as well as the main detention source for the watercress development. Next slide, please. This is in the middle of I guess the southern northern detention pond, if that makes sense, for watercress. I had to indicate where that was in the world for you. This is just north of the gas well. So this pond, they kind of model these. They work in series, if you will. So they were using this upper pond to kind of slow the water down and hold it before it's released to the northernmost pond. Next slide, please. And then you just see a general location of the northern pond, which is designed as a retention pond with detention capabilities in the vines. Next slide, please. So here is a cross section of the northern vines pond outlet details on the left-hand side of the screen. You'll see the outflow pipes. There's 2 36-inch pipes that are shown to go through the dam on the retention pond. You'll note that there is a normal pool elevation shown on the right-hand side of the outlet structure, which means this pond is designed to normally have approximately 4 feet of water in it at its outfall point. And then you'll note that there is a spillway and an additional 3 feet above that outlet. So the water is normally at 678. It can fill up to about 771 before it starts going over the spillway. down into the regional facility there on Watercress. Next slide, please. So there was some construction activity that was reported to us at the last council meeting. Apparently the Vines HOA had hired a contractor to come in and muck out the silt and sediment from the retention pond. We did note during an on-site visit that the outlet structure, you see that outlet structure there on the bottom left, it's looks to be about size called out in the plans, but it's a different type of weir. That weir, it's got a slotted opening on the top. The slotted opening extends to, appears to be the bottom of the box there on the southern side. And if you look at the construction plans on the right-hand side, that should be a 48-inch circular orifice, 12 inches high. There should be a dam that extends about 4 feet higher than the orifice opening, and you can see in that upper right photo the dam is more or less even with the slotted opening on the dam. So not sure what we have going on out there, but definitely need to do some further investigation, determine why this facility does not match the construction plans. There was some interim use of this facility proposed in the construction drawings from 2019 that showed this pond to be a silt and sediment basin. And it almost appears that the silt and sediment outlet structure left in place is never replaced with the proper outlet structure as per the design construction plan. So something that we're going to need to investigate. We did note that the contractor that was doing the work out there did not have adequate BMPs in place to prevent the silt that was being mucked out of this pond from being released downstream. So they were put on hold until such time as there's a plan in place that can be run through the city and checked and verified. So that process is ongoing.
Mr.
Just
Anderson, let me interrupt. When you use an acronym such as BMP, won't you say what that means?
Yes, sir. I'm
I don't
sorry.
think the audience knows what that means.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. That would be a best management practice or a silt fence, something to keep during your implementation of a stormwater pollution plan. So what we're trying to do is prevent silt and sediment from moving from one location to another during an active construction project. You can see a lot of sediment and fine silty material that was that's located in this general area. And if you don't have adequate devices in place, then that silt can get conveyed downstream and create problems for other drainage facilities and landowners and rights of way and drainage structures. And so those folks were shut down shortly after the council meeting before last, I guess it was, when this was reported to us by Public Works. The contractor, to my understanding, does have a stormwater plan that they've got a permit from the state, a discharge permit. I have not seen their stormwater management plan. That'll be something that we'll need to get into and review. And then we'll have to make sure that plan is properly implemented, observed, and maintained throughout the remainder of their construction activities out here. So it appears that they had intention to go in and clean this pond out of the silt and debris that's accumulated. But in doing so and sending some of our folks out to take a look at what's going on, we have noticed some discrepancies between what's actually constructed versus what was contained in that regional plan. So the reason I spent so much time going through the regional plan that was developed for this is, you can have the best set of construction plans in the world, but if the facilities, are not put in place per the plans or they're not maintained, then things don't function as they're necessarily designed to. So we've got some further investigation to do, and we'll have to come back with some recommendations and some updates at a future meeting. But this is just initial photographs taken last week during an on-site visit. Next slide, please. So these are a look at the southern ponds on the project that discharge generally there at the southeast corner onto an easement located near the I guess it would be the northeast corner of the Hugh White subdivision. We haven't observed or heard from anyone having any issues with any of the facilities located at this end of the project. Next slide, please. You can see this is a look at the detention pond outfall at the southeast corner of the project, and you'll see on the right-hand side how that outlet structure extends down to the floor of the pond, and there is no normal water pool. So that's a dry pond, and that would be the difference between a detention pond and a retention pond. So again, it looks like the designed retention pond on the north end was built in a manner that is inconsistent with the construction plans. And so at this point, we're looking for further information on what happened out there and a plan to get that thing back into compliance with the approved construction plans for the development. So high level, 19 slides on how things are designed and supposed to be functioning out there. We were made aware of the silt issue that was observed due to the construction activities. Those activities have been shut down until such time as an adequate plan can be put in place. And so I'll open that up for any questions that anyone might have from me on this one.
I do, right off. So the takeaway from this is a question, is that the construction drawings, the development plans appear to be adequate, but the facilities were not built. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be my initial take at this. We had to look at these. We had our third party drainage folks look at these improvements when we were doing the drainage improvements associated with the sewer project there in Maxwell Circle, and my guy didn't see any issues with the construction plans or the regional study. We haven't heard of any major flooding or inundation issues associated with that observed discrepancy on that particular outfall, but it does not match the plan. So we need to
But
get
we
to
do
the bottom.
know of other residents having drainage issues within the immediate area of Watercress. So, but I just wanted to, it sounded like the takeaway was the construction was not implemented correctly.
And Mayor Halsey, my question is, does any of this information affect the Capco concrete structures, Maxwell Circle remediation or reconstruction?
Michael?
I don't believe so. No, I don't believe so. I think if we had some major issues that were going to affect us that far downstream, we would have heard about them. At this point, I think this issue was brought to the attention of Mr. Horak, in particular by some folks that were experiencing some heavy silting because of those the breach in the dam that had occurred by that contractor, and the fact that they were stockpiling their silt being removed on the downstream side of the dam. And of course, we've got a lot of rain here lately, and that material is just making its way down to some properties further downstream. So I think that's kind of how this got brought to the surface. But no, ma'am, there will be no, at this point, I don't think there's any issues with us advancing forward with our Capco and our Canary project over there in Maxwell.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. If you'll go back to slide 17. So it's hard to visualize unless you go out and see what they actually did. all this water shown here, what they did is they basically dug a trench, and I've got the pictures. They dug a trench, drained the pond out, and there was roughly 4 foot of silt. So anybody's roughly, 4 to 5 feet, stand up, measure 4 feet. Basically what they did is they were digging that out, dumping it on the backside of the dam, so on the downhill side. That alone didn't cause a problem. So there's mountains of silt dumped on the backside that should have been trucked off. Now, if you'll go back to probably slide 1 or 2, go to the general overview map. Here, this one. So zoom in a little bit. So what brought this to light? This did come to light back when we were looking at the last project with the Maxwell Court Sewer project. And what I found, talking to the gentleman that's on the north side of Blue Mound, right there, keep going up with your cursor, he's got the little pond right here. Yeah. I was talking to this gentleman, and his issue is he used to be able to maintain underneath the drainage that went under the road at Blue Mound. He used to be able to maintain the right-of-way right there. Can't maintain that now due to this that's stockpiled on his side. So now he's got cattails and everything else growing up over there. And so then when you start going back upstream, that's when I start finding all these other issues. So this silt's been running down there for years building up. And it's like he said, he's tried to get in there when it's somewhat dried out, but it's still wet. So he can't even walk through there anymore. So that's kind of what brought all this on. And then you just walk back upstream. If you go up the Gaswell Road, that's when you really see all the major issues with this. So that's why I brought this to light to, Mike Anderson and staff to start looking into this, because it's a mess, this bottom line. What they're doing up there is just not right.
Let me ask something also. It was some time back, and it had to do with Maxwell Circle and why their drainage ditches were always wet and dried up, or not dried up, but they're wet, and some areas lots of accumulation of water and cattails and things of that nature. And someone had mentioned that possibly one of these retention ponds here on the very north side of Watercrest could possibly be leaking, and that would have to be tested. Is that still a suspicion?
That's one of my suspicions.
That could be. Let's go to maybe slide 12, Richard, that kind of the blow up, just showing the ponds and let's keep going a couple more. Oh, back one more. There we go. Perfect. If you'll zoom into that amenity lake there. You see that note above amenity lake? Let's read what that says. That says, earthwork contractors shall use on-site material to provide I believe that's a 2-foot thick clay liner at all proposed wet pond locations, no separate pay. So, that's a possibility. We have to go through there and do some core sampling to see if we could determine whether or not those things were constructed per the plans. But just the general location of those relative to, you can see Maxwell there in the graphic, and then the ditch line there that Mr. Horak was talking about. You'll see where I've got that red circle at the north end of our detention location. Those are all possibilities. I think just a thorough investigation on the outlet structures and then whether or not those things were built per the plans. The plans themselves, like I said, 2 foot of clay. Everybody knows we have a bunch of clay in this area. Would seemingly provide an adequate a barrier for a pond to not leak. But until you get in and determine
if the clay was put in.
If it was done, that's correct. So
let me ask this. Of course, the city has accepted this development in its full completion in all aspects of it. Is this something that the EPA can be approached with? I'm sitting here thinking, is this something that the citizens of Haslet, Texas would be saddled with financially to rectify?
I think at this point, that's a little premature for us to say. We need to do a little bit more investigation and come back with an update and some further discussion. Would be my recommendation at this point.
Mike, from when you went out there and walked, did it look like this outlet was the only thing not made to plans from what you could see visually, or did you see any other discrepancies of note?
I mean, the relative height of the dam and the outlet structure were the only things that really jumped out at us. The first time we went out there, it was raining cats and dogs, so we didn't get out of the vehicle from the Gaswell Road. But those photos that were taken last week, it's pretty clear to see that there's some sort of discrepancy on the outlet structure. But the rest of the project, nothing really jumped out at us upon initial investigation.
My thought was, once we get into August, September, we get into dry pouring, it's going to happen, the rain stops, we get a lot of the underground water stop moving around, is we need to go dump a bunch of dye in these ponds and then see what comes out the backside.
So question, how did we accept this community with such a, I mean, it's kind of a major item for us to miss. What is the city to do for checks before we accept a community and let the developer off the hook? Just from my understanding.
Well, normally there's a walkthrough done with each phase of the development prior to accepting the facilities, and that's part of the details of the CFA. And what we'll do is we'll go out, generally look at the, hold up the plans and look at it. Yeah, this looks like looks correct. We don't take a survey instrument out there generally unless there's something that we think is wrong, and then we'll say, hey, engineer and developer, you need to get your folks out here and survey. But the vines, I'm not sure exactly when all that work was accepted. I think it looked like the
I believe that
plans
Mr. Rogers could share in how that happened. Mr. Rogers, you want to share with us just a short history of the acceptance of watercress and the vines?
Yeah, and the point of this question is not to blame or anything. It's just to make sure we're aware of how this situation occurred so we can protect the city in the future.
And what I do know is it very much depends on the city engineer.
Yeah, the vines portion was done under a previous engineer, completely did it. Like the amenity ponds, they are on HOA lots, so they are not part of the city's. We do not look at those because they're not ours. They're not anything that's going to ever be ours. So those are like, you build a pool in your backyard, there's a pool, but that's under a total different deal. That's not in the cities. We look at the streets and all the other, but all the things that you see, the walls, retaining walls, all those things, fences they put up, that's all on the HOA. Originally the developer, but it's all HOA owned. So those are hardscapes that are done as part of the development, but it's not part of the city's CFA.
All right, do we have any other questions? I think it's 9:15 and we got a lot of ground to cover.
I do have one final question. As we're looking into this, should the city be paying for this, or should we be going to the HOA and telling them they're required? Kind of where's the line there? Because this is an HOA.
Mr. Anderson said he needs to do a little further investigation, and with that investigation, he would know the answer to that.
That's correct.
I'm not putting words in your mouth, but go ahead. Can you summarize that?
No, sir, that's correct. We just need a little bit more work, and then we'll come back and make some recommendations on what we think moving forward to include responsibility as far as funds and who needs to do what. But we need to do a little bit more homework at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the information. Is this presentation something you can email to us?
Yes, sir, this is public, and I believe Ms. Crystal has a copy of this presentation as well.
Okay, thank you. Good job.
All right, thank you, Mike. Okay, council, moving on to consent agenda. We have the May 18th, 2026 regular city council meeting minutes. Would I have a motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion is made to approve the consent agenda as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, council. And let's go to public hearings, ordinances, resolution, and action items. I want to move to the front, and I want to thank Mr. Neal. I assume he's still there. We're going to bring up 8J, item 8J first. To discuss, consider, and act on the resolution 2026 endorsing the North Central Texas Council of Governments submittal of the fiscal year 2026, should be, 2025-2026 Chrissy Grant Program application for the Avondale Haslet Road, Haslet Parkway Long Bridge project. Mr. Neal, it's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, good evening, everyone. We're in the process of preparing this application to be submitted next week. We are in the process of obtaining critical data that's going to help us address the benefit cost analysis for this project, but we're very hopeful that it's going to allow us to produce positive results. And we've also been fortunate over the last week to be able to receive support letters for this project from all of the non-federal contributing partners, including obviously the Regional Transportation Council, Tarrant County, and BNSF, all in their support letters writing out their financial commitments to provide their associated match to leverage the funding that we're requesting from the CRISI program. The idea is that, obviously when this is submitted, there will be a period of a few months where the Federal Railroad Administration will be reviewing this and all other applications submitted for the program. But as Mr. Anderson had mentioned in his presentation earlier, we're anticipating that the announcement of awards for the program will probably occur in the October-November timeframe, and that should be well in line, I think, with being able to move forward with either option, depending on the outcome of this process.
Mr. Neal, would you brief the council that should the council support this resolution, that this is not a choice of one or the other because they're both
Absolutely,
going.
sir.
Please describe that.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. The idea with this resolution is it would be meant to endorse the application that we're submitting solely for the purposes of obtaining the CRISI grant. It's certainly very important to ensure that all of the parties involved with this project, certainly the home community where the project is going to be built, that it includes a support letter from that entity. To be sure that, just to be sure in case the council isn't aware, again, the idea has been with this that we are the submitting agency, the Council of Governments. The idea is if the project is awarded, that we would either act as the grantee and administer the grant, or TxDOT would. And if the idea is that TxDOT would do that, the award is transferred over to them for implementation. And there are no costs included within the budget for this project that are from the city. It would just, the idea of this resolution is just to endorse the project that's being submitted, and that obviously if awarded, we would proceed on a path toward implementation as best as we can. The idea, and we have a project schedule that's been identified. It was in line with the schedule that was submitted for the state program earlier this year, but it's well within the obligation deadline for Chrissy grants, and the project can be implemented in a timely manner where we are able to easily meet both the obligation and the expenditure deadlines for those funds. But it would not bind the council to anything other than if this project is awarded for the Chrissy grant. If it's not awarded, then we proceed as has been advertised, as has been discussed previously, with the short bridge option.
Mayor Halsey?
Yes.
I have a question, but if it is awarded, if it is granted, then that limits the Long Bridge as the only option through this grant? Question.
At this point, the idea is that if we were awarded the Christie grant, the anticipation is that all of the funds that we're requesting would be awarded with that, and we would proceed with that budget identified to implement the Long Bridge project.
So the resolution, you had said earlier, is for either option, but if it's awarded, then it restricts us to one option, move after that.
No, it doesn't restrict you to one option. You still have both options. I believe what Mr. Neal is speaking of is that the COG, with regard to the
Funding.
aspect of moving traffic, they would look at both designs, short bridge, long bridge.
I don't,
Make-
sorry, go ahead, were you done?
And make their recommendation. Is that correct, Mr. Neal?
Yes, that is correct. But we would have at that point both the idea that, we would be awarded the Christie grant for the Long Bridge. We would also know by that time, and certainly, with the upcoming August presentation, learning about the contract details with Kimley Horn and some of the other details about the cost of that, we would have those different components to be able to weigh together.
I think we should shoot it a bit more straight. If the Long Bridge, if the Chrissy grant is awarded, NCT COG intends to move forward with the Long Bridge, correct?
If the idea is that with the funds that we've requested, that project is fully funded,
Yes, if all the funding lines
Yes.
up, we're awarded the Chrissy grant, NCT COG thinks the Long Bridge is in the city's best interest and would then move forward with the Long Bridge. That is the question she's asking, and I just feel like we should shoot it straight. I just think we should call it as it is. But with that said, could you speak to whether the city would have say in the details of the Long Bridge? Because the Long Bridge is very conceptual at this point, and I know there's some things for certain council members that they may want to modify in the Long Bridge design. Would we have that opportunity?
absolutely you would, because this would be a federal process and have to go through the National Environmental Policy Act or NEPA clearance. So just like with any other project that TxDOT would build with federal funds, there would need to be an intensive public and agency involvement process, and that absolutely would involve the city and anybody that wants to engage on that process.
And how much time would that add to the process? The environmental review and all the other federal requirements?
Well, we've anticipated a time period to be able to accomplish that within the schedule. Usually, in a project like this, it would last between 12 and 18 months.
To do the environmental review?
Be able to do the environmental review concurrently with advancing the engineering. Obviously, if things change, those will be incorporated, but in trying to work timely through this, there is the ability to advance the environmental at the same time that that engineering work is proceeding.
I got a couple questions, so go ahead.
Financially, is one bridge more advantageous to the city than another? Obviously, there's no cost coming to the city, but the people that are contributing to this bridge for us, is there a preference from them?
I don't think I can state, at least at this point, a preference. One of the things, obviously, that we'll be able to turn in with the application is a benefit cost analysis. And so, based on the amount of money that would be invested in this type of project, the idea is that we're hoping to get a satisfactory return on it. And I'm anticipating that when you take into account travel time savings, operating cost savings, user cost savings, accidents that would be avoided, the ability to be able to have shared use paths in each direction. All of these different benefits are going to be compared to an at-grade option, not necessarily compared to the short bridge, although we will have that data for comparison. But the idea is that we would be indicating, we're wanting to indicate that this would be a positive return on investment.
Okay.
And that hopefully is going to help decision makers with the choices between the two bridge options and what components are certainly important to incorporate within the design.
And just so things are clear, because I know there's a lot of questions, for either bridge, there is zero anticipated cost for the city of Haslet right now.
That, to my knowledge, that is correct.
That is correct.
Okay, and then also, if you had to estimate, what is the time difference for short bridge versus long bridge? Like, will the long bridge take an additional 1 year because of engineering, or do you think 2 years, could you say?
I can't say, at least I don't know right now the details of the implementation schedule for the short bridge. What I can tell you is information that's been given to me about the long bridge. Right now, we're anticipating that construction would be able to get underway in April of 2029. And then with a 3-year construction period, it would then be open to traffic by April of 2032. And so the benefit cost analysis is set up for that type of schedule. Any costs associated with its construction and everything is forecasted, discounted and everything up to the time that the project opens. And then at that point is where benefits kick in. And we need to calculate those benefits over a period of 20 years after the project opens.
Mr. Neal, what you had cited before, engineering time, let's say, because the grant would involve costs for engineering, et cetera, all the way through construction, if it were awarded. Is that engineering time from start to finish approximately 2 years?
That time is, yes, it is approximately 2 years.
And then construction is approximately, from what the date you had, is approximately 3 years in construction?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Neal, as far as the security grant grows, when is the actual submittal date, and then when is the award date?
The submittal deadline is June 25th, next Thursday. I'm not certain of when the award announcement would be made. I'm anticipating it would be in October. Certainly with all of these, we've noticed a flood, if you will, of these grant programs coming open for solicitation, all with very short solicitation periods. It seems to be presented with the thought that the more of these that can be announced, prior to or near Election Day, certainly would be good for any administration to be able to accomplish that. But I think the idea is that we would certainly hear about these awards around that time period, October, November.
Mr. Jeff, I got a couple of questions.
Yes,
I guess
sir.
I'm trying to struggle with, I know COG has a lot of impact, but, this Christie grant does get awarded, and they say, we're going to go with the large bridge. I'm not saying a lot of Haslet wants the small bridge, but what if most of the town doesn't want a gigantic bridge going across, spanning across our town like that? But then we have an entity that says that's what you're getting no matter what. I don't know, I'm kind of struggling with that, thought about that, but I don't know if that's something you can answer to, but I don't know, it's just kind of, I'm struggling with that. My next question was, can you tell us, this Christie grant is something that is awarded all throughout the United States, correct?
That's correct.
What other kind of projects are being, that I guess that we're going against? Is it, throughout the United States, what are some projects do you know that might be awarded through the Christie grant?
So there's got a pretty wide variety of eligible projects. Obviously, the primary objective is to increase rail safety and efficiency in a variety of different ways. But some of the project types that you'll see with this, obviously, grade separations like we're proposing here. You'll also see various forms of technology applications to be able to, either through apps or other means, be able to help inform people better when crossings are blocked, that they may take alternate routes. So not necessarily of a major transportation asset, but for other means of being able to address safety. You'll see in some instances also rail line relocations. I might mention that, for example, Bonds Ranch Road at the Union Pacific and the Burlington Northern Santa Fe line by Saginaw Main Street, Business 287, for example. That is a grade separation project, but in order to accomplish the best type of grade separation, one of the rail lines is going to be relocated or realigned so that both rail corridors are closer together. And this is being done so that the grade separation doesn't get built in the flight path of Hicks Airfield. So there will be in this grant program a number of different project types, but grade separations are very much the primary type of project that we'll be seeing in this opportunity.
Thank you. Back in, I guess it was January or so, we were told that if this project, this large bridge, got denied, that it would be dead and move on with the small bridge. And then very quickly, it resurrected and went to the the federal government, and it got denied there. And we were told that if that got denied, then it was going to be over. And now we're back to this Christie grant for round 3. I think you mentioned a while ago, there's not going to be a round 4 or 5 or 6. So if this gets denied in November, is this bridge going to be gone, or is there going to be more rounds for it to, more grants for it to go to?
Mr. Neal, let me pause 1 second. This is
course.
only the second. This is not round 3. It was the first application, and Mr. Neal was party to this, is the application to the state program for off-system grade separations. And no city or entity in the North Texas Central Council government area, 18-county area, got an award from the state.
Correct.
And what the Texas Rail Division, who was, I'll say, hosting this grant application, they contacted COG and myself and recommended that this project be submitted to the Chrissy grant. Can you confirm or that?
Yes, that's correct. The other federal program that was being referred to was called the National Railroad Partnership Program, and there had been a thought that this project would have been incorporated within that program, but it was not. So
Okay.
it is true that the unsuccessful bid at the Texas program shifted immediately over to what we're doing here for the Chrissy grant.
Okay, I thought it went to the federal also, so that's my bad. So there's not a round 3 after this, since this is round 2. Can you confirm that, so we don't get blindsided again with this bridge coming back?
And I believe this is something that my director had spoken to when he met with you all back at the end of March, and if my recollection was that if we're not awarded, we move on with the short bridge.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Last question. On here, it says on the agenda item that, where's it at? Something that we endorse, here. That we're endorsing the North Central Texas Council of Governments submittal for the fiscal blah, blah. I don't know, I've had some people ask me that if, it sounds like that if we are endorsing this, that we are saying that we want the large bridge. Can we change the wording on that to say something else, just so we're not clarifying that the city council only wants the large bridge? I'm not saying us as a council want either one. I'm not saying all 5 of us are for either one bridge, but, or does it have to say that per this grant? Is that something y'all have to say, that we endorse that, or can we change the wording on that, just say that we're not only for this one bridge?
I think it would certainly be preferable in this case to be able to mention the project by name. And again, realize that between the time of being awarded and being able to receive funds for the grant, it requires an obligation agreement. In order to receive an obligation agreement, the project has to go through environmental clearances. And as was asked before, through that process is going to be the opportunity to be able to get public and agency input into the design and other elements, so that if there are concerns, they can be addressed as reasonably as possible. It's just certainly the ability to be able to endorse the project by its name, and basically the concept that's being proposed is certainly preferable in a resolution.
I know the Chrissy grant doesn't know that we're in the process of designing another bridge. I know they don't know that. So
right.
By endorsing, they think that we're only voting for this one bridge, not voting, but supporting it. So I guess it doesn't really matter to them, but I think I don't know, I kind of feel like it matters to us, because it kind of looks like
it does.
Of course. Like for us and the people in Haslet, I think they think that we're saying we only want this one bridge. And I think that's something that some people have reached out and said, hey, like that doesn't really, that word right there just says something that, can we take that out? But if you say no, that it has to go in there, then
You're saying take the word long out?
no endorsing, like that
Or
says.
just grant program application for the Avondale Haslet Road Haslet Parkway Bridge project? Because if this process moves forward and it gets approved, and then it comes back to the citizens and the council for modifications, it might not be long or short or medium. So is that word, that adjective necessary? It is a bridge project that's being requested or that's being applied for. Another thought as well, because I had reached out as well.
Yeah, Mr. Neal, I know Mr. Morris had asked us to take the politics out of this as much as possible, but that's proving incredibly difficult here locally.
I understand.
So for me, if we're gonna vote for this, I would need something added on. Like, there's another whereas that we could add that would say, that I've asked Jeremy to give me some help on, that would add a whereas in this that would say that we will continue to work with NTCOG to obtain funding for either the short bridge or the long bridge, so that both of them are named in this resolution. I think that would maybe make it a little more palatable. I'm still not sure, because it is one of those things that, we really struggle with around here, because as my fellow councilman said a minute ago, we were told this was going to be dead, and here we are again. So,
No, I think we were up front from the very beginning when, at the same time, we announced that the state did not select this project nor any other project in the North Central Texas Council government area, and that the state recommended that this be submitted to the Chrissy Grant Program. We were up front about that.
The Chrissy grant,
excuse me, sir, but what you said in October and November and December, on record, I can even go back and find it in the video.
Okay, fine.
You said if this doesn't get approved by the state, you will support the small bridge.
Even in January, I think it was
you said that,
And I
you said
don't
that
believe the
word for
Chrissy
word.
grant
And-
existed then either.
The Chrissy grant was not even in the conversation.
I will tell you, I do. And
You
that
do what?
I support this small bridge. I support both bridges. I think what fails many people here, it is the mayor that got the short bridge started 5 years ago.
It was started
It was not
previous
you.
to that.
It was.
No.
Mr. Morris will attest to that. Nonetheless, is in October, November, December timeframe, no one knew about the Chrissy program. At least I didn't. But after, when did we find out we did not get awarded? What month was that? January, February? I don't know. I
February.
don't recall. February. It was at that time when, I don't recall the lady's name at the Texas Rail Division, said this should be submitted to the Chrissy Grant Program, that they will have this year.
That's fine, but you had already said, word for word, we got you on camera saying it,
Okay, fine.
that you would abandon the long bridge and support the small bridge if you didn't get the Texas state funding.
Oh, so what are you saying? That I'm recommending not support this? I think with all the modeling that the North Central Texas Council of Governments transportation part has done, is go ahead and, Mr. Neal, you can weigh in on this, that the benefits of this North Texas subregion will have from as far as a design element in this part of North Texas, especially in this Alliance Inlet Port, BNSF Inland Port area, and the amount of the density that we have, the Long Bridge will move tremendously more people and relieve much of the congestion off Haslet streets.
And the opposite of that is many business owners have talked about the economic issue that it'll cause our city.
May I
People,
That's been contrived.
May I speak? Because some of the business owners that have come here and spoken out, I have spoken to them afterwards, that they have said that they were against the Long Bridge, but once they actually were able to see a more detailed drawing of the conceptual design, they have actually seen that there could be a benefit for their business. And I have spoken to those people.
How? Everybody's gonna be going out of town, they're not
No.
gonna stop.
No. I think there's some confusion, and I think we just need to take a minute, because either way, even if the Chrissy grant is approved, he's saying that we will have some input on that final design. So if we have concerns, we can address them then. People aren't just gonna be bypassing. You can get off at 156. The only road that does not have a direct access right now on the conceptual design is Schoolhouse Road, which right now you could still get off of 156, drop down and get on Schoolhouse Road and take just a few minutes. It's not adding major problems. And if having an exit at Schoolhouse Road is super important to the city, that is something that he is saying, you know, we could discuss if we get this grant. But I want to back it up just a minute and just remind council that a vocal minority isn't necessarily the majority, and none of us have done enough research to say what the city of Haslet wants. None of us. We have not heard from enough people. We are hearing from certain groups of people and calling that the majority.
I didn't say the majority.
I'm just saying, we're saying that residents don't want the Long Bridge, or it's being hinted at that that may not be what the city wants, but we don't know what the city wants right now. What we do know is that professionals like NCT COG are telling us that this bridge is in our best interest. And I get what you're saying. The mayor said, hey, if this grant doesn't go through, we're gonna move on. But my understanding is that the mayor isn't the one who even started the Chrissy grant. I'm not sure the member's name who said with the railway. They are the ones who said, hey, we would like you to go after that. If the railway, NCT COG, Tarrant County, if all these people are saying go for the Long Bridge, why are we questioning that?
I want to push back on you a little bit, though.
No, that's fine. This is what this is
Because they're not just saying the Long Bridge, they're saying both bridges.
They're saying go for the Long Bridge if you can get it. Obviously, we cannot afford it.
No, what Mike Morris said was, we know we have the funding and the plans further along for this short bridge. There's also this opportunity, although it's not a very good opportunity to get this Chrissy grant.
He didn't say it's not a good opportunity.
And he said we're going to work on both. So he's not recommending one over the other. You're making it sound like that NT COG is recommending the Long Bridge over the short bridge.
They're saying that if we can get it, that is an opportunity that we should take. Otherwise, they wouldn't be telling us to go for it. And I've spoken.
But you're making it sound like that's what they prefer. They're saying we are going for both bridges.
I mean, if we get the Chrissy grant, they have pretty much stated they would go with the Long Bridge, which that would infer preference.
They said that sorry, Jeff, are you about to say something?
Oh, I apologize. One of the things that maybe might be worth the discussion is, I guess, kind of, if all things were equal, if obviously the short bridge was fully funded and the schedule was the same as if you had full funding for the Long Bridge, and again, with all those different parts basically being equal, what would be the preference? Well, it would be up to the various partners to highlight what are pros and cons for both. We will be preparing a benefit cost analysis to be able to say that the Long Bridge has these elements that we're able to put a value on. We'll have ability, at least with the travel model, be able to look at things like time savings, user costs, and various things like that to be able to do some kind of a comparison. But we would be able to explain if there was truly some kind of a way, at least from a qualitative, even a quantitative value, to be able to compare them. We'd be able to provide that information. And I think the idea there is just so that there would be more data, more details for people to be able to reason through themselves. What does the long bridge do? What does it not do? What does the short bridge do? What does it not do? And be able to see all of those different components and have a lot more information to be able to judge for themselves.
Council, given the hour, and I understand all the discussion that goes on in and around this topic. And I believe you each know whether, and this is not making a choice, one or the other, and believe me, the people, and Jeff Neal can attest to this, the people at the federal government could care less what you do with this short bridge. I mean, you can have the long bridge option and you can have the short bridge. They don't know what the short bridge is, and that is not, this resolution is purely, do you support COG's effort to submit the grant? That's what this question is, and that's all it is.
Mr. Mayor?
And
That's correct.
at the end of all of this, the City of Haslet will own either bridge or the design and the roadway. It owns Haslet Parkway, whether it's at grade, all the graded, at grade portions, it will own the short bridge, if that's the bridge that gets built. It will own the long bridge, if that were the bridge that got built. It will own everything. So there's not another entity out there can say, you're going to get this, and you have no choice. You, council, have the choice as to what bridge there is. And this resolution is just a resolution. Yeah, we're in support of you, COG, submitting this grant application, because then that gives you two options. And I know that you, of course, would choose the best option in your minds that are for the city of Haslet, Texas. And you've yet to see that of the comparison of the two. And that's what Mr. Neal is working on both bridges. And
Neil?
To the mayor's point, I might just add that whether we get Chrissy funds for for the application that we're submitting, or we're getting surface transportation block grant funds from the Council of Governments for the short bridge, because those are federal funds, each option has to go through public and agency involvement. There will be opportunities for citizens and all, any stakeholders in either process to be able to be involved and understand what either option could deliver for the city of Haslet.
Jeff, I got a quick question. Us on the council asked to see the grant proposal back in January before it got submitted, and we did not see that. Is there any way that we could see this proposal to the Chrissy grant before next Thursday, just so we could look at it? I'm not saying we want to change anything, but just to see what's being, if you could just maybe send us a PDF or something like that, just so we could just look at it. I know I know we're not going to change anything, but just, for us to check it out.
I'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Just a last few things for me. I know looking at construction completion of 2032 seems so far away, but is Mr. Anderson still on, or is he gone? Mr. Anderson, can you talk to an approximate time difference? Like, are we looking at a 1 to 2 year difference for the short bridge to long bridge, just for them to have? Because I know time is a concern for people.
I don't have that information available. The short bridge that was proposed and taken to 30% by AECOM had some technical fallacies and flaws that have yet to be worked through, even at a high level by Kimley Horn. I don't have that for you right now. I really need to get into it with Kimley Horn and try to put that together. I do understand the desire to lay these next to each other and see that. I just don't have that information for you this evening. I can try to have something high level before my presentation in August. but
You're good,
I just
Mr. Anderson, that's fine. I would say that, especially from him saying that there's fallacies in the 30%, we have a long way to go on the design of the short bridge. My estimation from just my experience in construction, I'd say we're looking at probably a 1 year, at max 2 year difference in these two bridges. Take that for what you will. The final thing I'm gonna say is I'm just asking council to continue on with what they said they were gonna do, which we said we were gonna go after both of these until we got an answer from the Chrissy grant. And I'm just asking us to respectfully still continue that and see where it takes us.
I'll just make one addition. We agreed to move forward with both projects until one became more apparent was the one we needed to do. It really
No,
didn't-
we said there was a
we didn't say
point in
anything
which
about
we
the
had to
Christie grant.
choose. It
Right.
was a point.
And Mr. Moore said that the cream would come to the top and we'd see which bridge was the one that was the right path moving forward. That's what I remember him saying. So.
No, we said we would continue on the path until a point in time we had to decide. We are not at a point where we have to decide between either bridge right now.
He said that it would become apparent when that time was there.
And
is
it's
what
not
he said.
apparent. So that means we would continue supporting the Long Bridge like we said
So
we
I'm
would.
good with just if we remove the word long throughout this entire
Yeah.
resolution so that it is a bridge project we're applying for, then I think that, because I can only listen to the people that talk to me, and no one has called me up, emailed me, and told me they're all for the Long Bridge. And I'm gonna own what I said, which is we're gonna move forward with both projects moving forward, but this looks to me like it's just narrowing to one. So I can make a resolution or make a motion, and then y'all can decide whether you want to
Please.
approve it or not.
If you would.
So I would move to accept Resolution XXX 2026 endorsing the North Central Texas Council of Governments submittal of the fiscal year 2025-2026 Chrissy Grant program application for the Avondale Haslet Road, Haslet Parkway Bridge Project, and accept the resolution with every word of long removed.
Very good. The motion is made to approve Resolution 2026 endorsing the North Central Texas Council of Governments submittal of the Chrissy Grant program, I'm abbreviating, and taking the word long out.
I second that.
There is a second.
Yeah, just one comment before we take
Yes.
the vote on this is, a couple comments too, with that. Oops, when it died. Does that motion, Jeff, suffice what you need? Would that pass with it just saying bridges in the motion?
You're mentioning a bridge. You're mentioning that it's Avondale Haslet connecting with Haslet Parkway.
I think it hits all the components.
I think it really does hit all the, yeah.
Okay,
I
because this
agree.
goes back to, the last few meetings we've had on this topic. My concern, and that's why I keep pressing Mike Anderson to keep giving us proposals on really both options, is I want to make sure we continue on with both options. I don't want to continue seeing dates on Haslet Parkway and Short Bridge option, just keep saying TBD. At some point over the next month, I want to start seeing firm dates on these items on here. Because to me, if we keep putting TBD, that means we're not focusing on both projects. So Mike, I'd say in your next updates, where we see TBD today, I want to start seeing firm dates on these, on both projects.
Understood.
Very good.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I don't remember what all Chris said about a lot, but can we amend Tanya's motion to add what Chris said about the whereas and stuff about going for both bridges?
I don't think that part is debatable right now, changing that motion. So we have a motion, and it's been seconded. And it is the
Can I ask a question?
approving a resolution to support North North Central Texas Council got the submittal of this Avondale Haslet Road, Haslet Parkway Bridge project. It's taking the word long out of it. With that, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Thank you, Mr. Neal. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr.
Neal,
Thank you, Mr. Neal.
it's
Thank
11
you all.
o'clock in Portland, Maine, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Good night.
Good night. Take care, everybody.
All right, thank you, council. Let's go back up to eight A. The applicant withdrew their application, so we will not hear that. 8B, is Mr. Thetford here? Yes, he is. Is discuss, consider, and act regarding an appeal of denied vendor's permit to locate a vending unit on property located at the 1195 FM 156 to operate as One Bite Tacos. Okay, get to the point, please, Mr. Thetford.
Yes, sir. After I submitted this to have this put on the agenda, Councilmember Wise actually looked over the application and asked if they had permission to place the unit on the property in question, because there was a area on the application for owner authorization, and the applicant said that they did have permission, and I investigated and they do not, so I would like to pull this from the agenda tonight.
So the applicant does not have permission of the landowner?
No, sir.
Okay. I would just, counsel, I would suggest that you deny this appeal. Is that correct? Are you pulling it?
I'd just like to withdraw it.
Just to withdraw it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, very good. So we don't have to vote on a withdrawal. So that, well, thank you, Mr. Thetford. So that's withdrawn. Item 8C, discuss, consider, and act regarding approval of the final plat of Haslet Crossing East Addition, Lot 1, Block 1. Mr. Schwenke?
Mayor and members of the council, this is a plat for Encompass Health Facilities, and you saw the preliminary plat several meetings ago, which included about 20 acres of land, and this is at the northwest corner of it. And just to the west of it was the final plat for the drainage area for this area. And it has met the review of our city engineer, and there's a letter in your packet that says that, and it's got a copy of these plans, and we're recommending that you approve it. The Planning and Zoning Commission has that recommendation for you.
Council, do you have any questions of Mr. Schwenke?
Yes, Mr. Schwenk, I had one quick question. On the letter from Belchif and Associates, at the very bottom, it says, 1 Haslet Parkway right-hand turn lane to be constructed in future, and then it said parentheses, by others. Who is by others? What does that mean exactly?
Well, by others would mean
Not Haslet?
not the City of Haslet,
Not this property owner.
not this property owner,
And not this property owner, okay.
but it's a much larger development on the preliminary plat, and there's a bunch of other potential buildings. As that comes on, the developer of the property would be responsible for it.
Okay, that's my only question, is that who the others were. Okay, thank you.
My only question is, why are they not doing that road? I saw that they're putting up semi-permanent pillars or bollards for that access road towards the warehouse. It doesn't have a name, so I don't know how to call it out over the road.
Oh, yeah, that's the access point potentially over the drainage area.
Yeah, why are they not doing it?
Well, they really don't need it,
Okay,
and it was just shown as sort of a high levy at that point, and it's just not a necessary road for their development.
okay.
But if sometime in the future it's necessary, then somebody would be responsible for putting them together. It wouldn't be the city.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, could I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to accept it as presented.
Motion is made to approve the final plat of Haslet Crossing East Edition, Lot 1, Block 1. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Item 8D, discuss, consider, and act on an ordinance to amend the City of Haslet Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 1, General Administration, Article 1.10, Boards and Commissions, to clarify that the Parks and Recreation Board shall review and provide recommendations related to proposed park facilities, playgrounds, athletic fields, and recreational amenities located on city-owned park property, regardless of funding source, with recommendations forwarded to the City Council and or HCADC for consideration as applicable. And this was tabled from June 1, 2026, regular City Council meeting. You would need to make a motion to untable this.
I move to take from the table,
To remove from the table.
to remove from the table. Sorry, this table.
Motion is made to remove from the table. Is there a second?
Mayor, I'll second that.
There's a second. All in favor? It's unanimous.
Okay, really quick for this one, and I promise I'll make my agenda items shorter in the future. The Parks Board did meet on this, and they gave it a thumbs up, but there was a question I just wanted to ask Jeremy. Hold on one second. There was a concern about athletic fields being moved back in. They just wanted to confirm that this won't mess up I guess the baseball fields answer to somebody else, and they want to make sure it's not coming back to the Parks Board.
Say
Do you know
that
what I'm
again?
saying?
So
That
that,
would
Yeah, I had the same question. They had a concern, it got voted 4-1, that the word athletic fields might have some conflict with the HSA agreement, sports agreement, and that was what.
I don't.
Thank you,
I
Tanya.
don't know that I understand.
I listened to the Parks Board meeting, and one of Mr. Fielder thought that the word athletic fields might cause a hindrance with HSA and the contract they have with the city, and they just wanted to make sure. We were just making sure that that's the case. That those two words can remain in there, or do those two words need to be removed? Is there any?
This ordinance wouldn't
Supersede
supersede the contract we have with HSA.
Okay.
And so that might be something we look at when we're renegotiating with HSA, but this is just trying to do a catch-all over any recreational facility or area that's owned by the city that the parks would have.
Thank you, Tanya.
So I would confirm that as well. It would not encroach on HSA's contract anyway at all.
they would be able to advise, but not be in total control, correct?
Who?
The Parks Board.
The Park Board advises the City Council.
Right.
I would recommend that you, with regard to this, I'm going to make a recommendation here. Said it's the third line down from the bottom, with recommendations forwarded to the City Council and/or HCEDC. Take out HCEDC.
Well, if
Why?
you look at the policy really quick, it doesn't, that's the agenda item, but the policy clears that up. Do you want to pull up the policy and the red line? Or sorry, the ordinance?
So it is, the flow is the Park and Recreation Board is an advisory body to the City Council only.
Right, HCEDC was never in the
And then the City
bylaws.
Council can determine, okay, we have funding in our budget or not, or the City Council body can go to the EDC type A or B, or
There's no
both.
other boards mentioned, like
Yeah,
planning
we
and zoning.
don't in the
There's
ordinance.
no
Okay,
boards
good.
mentioned.
It's all good in the ordinance.
Very
It was
good.
cleaned up. So, can I make a?
No.
Yeah, I'm not really
So-
seeing the issue with having athletic fields in there, because my thought is, I want the Parks and Rec Board to have full authority over anything associated with a city park. And if it's baseball fields, it's baseball fields.
No,
Soccer
agreed.
fields, playgrounds, whatever. Just,
Well, they do.
that's what,
Agreed.
I'm fine with this wording on this.
They
thing.
just wanted to make sure it didn't impact that HSA
Yeah,
agreement.
No, they've got a contract.
Yeah,
on
so
that.
they're good, and that's what I thought, but I just told Chuck that I would double check with Jeremy, and
That's fine.
So I got a question. So if there's something wrong with the lights at the baseball field, or the baseball doesn't have lights, the dance field, I hope they don't call the Parks Board and say, hey, we need new lights. They called the not Parks and Rec, Public Works, yeah. I was looking at you, but couldn't think of your title. Public Works, and say, hey, we need lights. Can we get some new lights? I don't think they need to call the Parks Board. I think that's kind of ridiculous. So I don't know if that's what this is saying, but
No,
I think we're giving the Parks Board too much power. I mean, like if something's wrong with dance, we'll get that fixed. We don't go to the Parks Board to get,
Now,
get
this
them to
falls
vote
under-
on something, and I think
no,
that's just
no one's
ridiculous.
modifying that, that's what we just asked him about. They'll still have the agreement with Public Works to take care of those issues as they needed, but if we want to do something with the athletic fields, like a major project or renovation, then Parks Board would get involved. because
So if
it's
we
a
need
park.
new lights at Nance, we got to get the Parks Board
No,
involved.
there's different avenues. Citizens
I
can
mean,
either
you gotta
contact.
look at it, there's maintenance and there's improvements. Maintenance falls to Public Works. If something breaks, something backs up, lights go out, that's maintenance. If we're talking about improvements, then that's the sort of thing that you take the Parks Board and say, hey, we want to improve something here, like restrooms or sheds down there, storage buildings, or, redo the dirt on the mounds at some point in time, revamp them. Improvements, Park Board, maintenance, Public Works, that's just, I'm sorry, that's common sense to me. That's just the way I see it.
When I look at it, like, it's also different, like the different avenues, say that they do need to replace the lights, they might contact the Public Works Director, they might contact the city directly, they might come and speak at a Parks Board meeting. So there's lots of different avenues to get improvements and maintenance and things done. I don't think what this is changing any of that.
Maintenance items do not go through Park Board.
So,
Mr.
Right, but
Taker-
like I know bleachers had to be replaced one time, and so they did, that's a maintenance, and so there was some costs sharing, so that's maintenance. Sometimes the lines are blurred a little bit with maintenance versus improvement versus,
But let's say outfitting a ball field that doesn't have lights with lights, that does get addressed by the Park Board.
Correct.
Those type of issues.
I think there's situations like that, if you talk about the stands, and they're broke, so you get all the Public Works, and they may look at it and say, okay, let's go to Parks Board and see, do we need to buy new bleachers here? Now we're talking about a major expenditure. If it's, hey, we need to replace some bolts in it, we'll go down and put some bolts in it.
Yep.
So that's what it's
Repair versus
Yeah.
replace.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, we approve this agenda item as stated.
I second.
The motion is made to approve ordinance in the City of Haslet Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 1 General Administration, Article 1.10 Boards and Commissions. Is there a second?
I second that.
There is a second. All in favor? 4-4, all opposed.
What?
Are you opposed?
I had my hand up.
I need to get them up, please. Thank you, sir. I mean, it's difficult to
Sorry,
know what that is.
sorry, I thought that was
Thank
hand
you. Okay, it's unanimous. 5-0. Thank you. Item 8E, discuss, consider, act, authorize the purchase of furniture for the fire station and business essentials, from Business Essentials. Mr. Harvey, get to the point, please.
All
Make
right,
it quick.
to the point, Mayor, Council, y'all built us a big, beautiful add-on. Now I need to put furniture in it so we can work in it. The contract's a co-op contract, so it's already gone out for bid, so we don't have to bid it out ourselves. So it is a co-op through TIPS, which Public Works uses for other things already. David Rogers has already verified it with the budget, that it is within budget. I was actually a little under budget what he thought I'd spend on furniture, so
All right then.
any questions?
All right then, council.
Mayor, I'll make a motion, we authorize the purchase of furniture for the fire station from Business Essentials.
Motion is made to authorize purchase of furniture for the fire station from Business Essential. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous.
Thank you very
council.
much.
Item 8F, discuss, consider action on a resolution authorizing the city administrator to execute a letter of concurrence to Alliance Corridor, Inc. for requested foreign trade zone designation for certain premises within the city of Haslet, table from the June 1, 2026 regular council meetings minutes, or council meeting. We need a motion to untable.
Before we untable it, was the item executed the way that council directed?
No.
Okay,
The mayor has sent a letter to Hillwood. You got that? Show it, pull it up.
We received it today, correct? And it was
Yeah, he already signed
dated
it.
June 4th, so 11
Here.
days ago.
Okay, roll down, roll down.
Scroll
Scroll
down,
down, scroll down. Here's the old map. Hold it, excuse me. Here is the old map. And these were the circle area. The purple, I asked a question, what is the purple area? The purple area is the foreign trade zone areas requesting. That's the request, is the purple areas. And okay, that was from the previous meeting. Scroll up or go to the bottom. Whatever you got to do.
So really quick while he's pulling that up,
That's
you
what we have.
didn't
Okay,
include-
here is the new map. That orange block area, zoom up on that area. Okay, what's the difference? Well, the 5 circle areas, they're here. But this area here, that's good, stay there. The ETJ, all that area's been, that map has been revised, was revised. And it is not adjacent to Blue Mound Road. In fact, what you see with this, the area right here, that line is the Fort Worth City line. This is all Haslet ETJ. This was all revised to take it out the Haslet ETJ area along Blue Mound Road.
And while I appreciate the removal, especially since that's right in front of Caraway and Sweetgrass, you were directed to include Joe in your conversations with Hillwood, and you definitely were not given a green light to sign on behalf of council and move it forward without any of us approving that or consenting to it. So why couldn't you come back to us and say that they had removed it?
Jasmine,
You went?
sorry. May I move that we move this to executive session?
Oh,
We've already opened it in public session, but go ahead and say what you want.
We haven't untabled it, so it's still not even.
Okay, I make a motion to untable this so we can talk about it.
I second.
All in
Okay,
favor?
motion is made to table. It's been seconded. All in favor? It's 4-4, all opposed, 1 opposed. All right.
Can I
Can I move to-
Can I ask a question? Why wouldn't we untable it? Just for my understanding, I thought you had to untable it to discuss it.
So you
Tanya.
can act on it.
Yeah, I don't think it should be acted on because it wasn't done the correct way, and we have a letter to her, but no letter back. So I don't know what Hillwood and the mayor talked about. I have this one letter that was received today,
Do you know what
11
the,
days after.
That's why I'd
What
like to go to
they-
executive
what
session to
Hillwood asked
get
for-
information from our lawyer.
what,
Okay.
Elwood asked for
We can make a motion to go into
was
executive.
a letter of no objection. What does that mean? Is that giving a letter of no objection for these areas within this orange boundary is not granting a foreign trade zone.
Did you want to go to executive?
It
Councilman
is
Craig? I'd like to make
a
a
matter
motion.
of saying, well, we don't object, but each one of those properties still have to apply.
Okay, Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion to go into executive to consult with the attorney on this item.
I'll second that.
Motion is made to take this into executive session and consult with the attorney on this item. Can we make our way to the rest of this agenda and then save the executive session for the end of
That's
the
fine with me.
meeting? All right, then, we'll do that.
Oh, goodness.
Let me call a recess, make it a 10-minute recess. Well, I mean, there might be more than one or two. It's a one-seater, I think. I don't know. But 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Would you prefer that? I'm trying to...
Yeah, I want to go home. 5 minutes would be great.
Okay, 5-minute recess. Time is 10:20. I recess this open session for a restroom break.
Trying to color and stay between the lines.
He did a pencil once, but the rest are all pen, I guess, because you can't erase one line.
And undo, won't do it.
Maybe if you hit save, it's permanent. Maybe it's
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Call the back in open session the Haslet City Council at 10:25 p.m. And we are at item 8G. 8G, discuss, consider, and act on a resolution for an amended project of the Haslet Community Economic Development Corporation B Board for the replacement of playground equipment and safety fall zone coverings at the community park, tabled from June 1, 2026 regular city council meeting. Again, we'll need a motion to untable this if the council desires.
Mayor Halsey?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to untable 8G.
Motion is made to table item 8G. Is there a second?
Mayor, I'll second
Untable.
that.
There is a second. Councilman Hort.
You said table.
All in favor?
You said table, doesn't matter. Okay.
5-0. Motion passes. Okay. Discuss and consider an act on the resolution to amend the project of the Haslet Community Economic Development Corporation B.
Okay, Mayor
Board.
Halsey?
Yes.
As
Excuse
I-
me, let me finish the
Okay.
item. For the replacement of the playground equipment and fall zone coverings for the community park. Please, go ahead, Dion.
As I mentioned earlier, I did watch the Parks Board meeting. I know that they wanted to move forward. It sounded like they wanted to move forward with A and C, but bring back the table B and possibly get 2 other vendors. I know that they have a time frame to have them come to their meeting on July 8th. So I would like to table this to our August 3rd meeting.
Motion is made. Are you making a motion?
I'd like to make a motion, yes, to continue this item to our August 3rd meeting.
Motion is made to continue this item to the August 3rd meeting. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. All in
Can,
favor?
wait, I
Oh,
would
wait.
like to talk on it. Do you want to go first,
Go
Chris?
ahead.
So a few things. I watched the parks meeting as well, and not only do they want to pull several parks back, but they want to have them rebid to the $500,000 original budget. So I think personally we should move away from this agenda item altogether until the Parks Board brings it back for us to consider. And then if we need additional funds, we can go to the HCEDC. But Parks has said that they want to restart. I don't know the point of continuing to table this for the future.
I don't think that we need to, one, I don't think the Parks Board needs to start over from scratch. The Park Committee went from 5 down to 3 and to 2. And then, the Parks was supposed to talk about, the A and C. And now they want to drag this on even longer and bring back. But being in this profession, designing playgrounds, what we have out there now is a playground that was 20 years old, and you can't get a 5 to 12-year-old playground up to date with all this stuff with today. It's going to be almost double that size, and to get a playground 5 to 12, it's going to be bigger, it's going to cost more, and then plus new playground surfacing is going to be close to over $500,000. And if they want to get any spinners or anything like that, it's going to be over it. And so that's one reason why they upped it to be more. And so I think that this, I agree with Tanya to table this, because I just hope the Parks Board realizes that we're not going to be able to you can get a very, very cheap playground that nobody's going to come to for probably less than $500, but to get a good playground surfacing, not the mulch like Mr. Tucker's asking not for us not to get, it's not going to be below $500,000. And if it does, it's going to be something where kids aren't going to come. And this is a 20-year investment, and I would rather spend more money and get something that our kids and other kids around here can enjoy and they can have an impact on, versus trying to be cheap. Just because we're Haslet doesn't mean we can't have nice things. And I think we need to table this. And I really hope that the Parks Board will not start over from scratch, bring new people in. They had 2 companies choose between those two and bring it back to council. But we've been talking about this on the park committee since February, and now they want to start back over and draw this whole thing out again. And I think it's just a bad whole situation. I didn't watch it, the meeting, but I got the Cliff Notes, and they're wanting to spend $500,000, then they want to ask for another $300,000.
I saw that.
And so that's $800,000. So what is the
Well,
dang
they
difference?
say for
There's
that
nothing.
park or for other parks. And I guess the first question that council really needs to answer, because the original scope was $500,000. So they're going back to what council told them, which is what they should be doing. I think if we don't want to completely remove this, maybe we send this back to HCEDC and say uncouple the funds, and we're requesting approval for X amount of dollars that council wants to go to, because we haven't really
Can I
talked
s-
about that.
Can I speak to
Please,
that?
go
Yeah,
ahead.
sorry.
This entire process started because Mr. James brought it to council's attention that our playground was in disrepair and is possibly could end up in a lawsuit if somebody got hurt on it because it's in disrepair so bad. So that's where the whole process started. And then as we
Wait,
went, so
I'm sorry, Doug said at the last meeting that he brought it forward.
I can tell you how this started.
Well-
It started with me and Zach driving around, looking at the equipment.
yeah, but James gave a presentation to us months ago.
I
months
know,
and months
how
ago.
this got started to go.
So-
My only thing is, when we tabled this last time, part of being it tabled was, we wanted to wait until Parks Board brought a resolution to City Council. That was the
But the-
reason we tabled it.
Sorry.
But the $500,000 that we put out there was literally a stab in the dark because nobody had given us any numbers, had given us anything. We had no idea what it would cost. So I don't want anyone to go back and say, oh, well, we need to stick with the council's agenda or the council's budget. We were starting the conversation with $500,000, not knowing what that final number would be.
I agree.
So if we get to 800,000 and everybody who's done all this research between EDC and the Parks Board and has said, hey, this is what we need to do to replace the playground and replace the ground cover because that's what needs to be done, both those things. If it costs $800,000 and you think that's going to be over 20 years, I mean, that's a pretty good investment, and it's only going to get more expensive if we wait 6 months or a year or 2 or 5.
And I'm
to
fine
do
if we
this.
want to have that conversation, but I'm just saying.
But
that-
it did, the 500,000 was not meant to be a
End all
limiter.
be all.
Then it should have come back to us to approve more funds before, without
which is-
tying it to a park.
Well, but they're asking for 300,000 more here, which gets us back to
Tied
800.
to the park. So they're saying they're only
That's-
approving that money if we go with the
Well,
park.
that's what this whole thing's for.
But the park board did not agree with this park, and it shouldn't be tied. HCEDC should be approving the funds, and the park board should be suggesting the park.
We asked them to have a joint committee for EDC and the park board to work together and to come together to an agreement. And they came out of that committee work with
They
three
did not have an agreement.
with 3 options.
Yeah.
And then
And I'm very sensitive to this process because they're all volunteers and they all have worked very hard, both groups. And I realize there's some emotion involved and there's maybe some personality differences and whatever it is. But at the end of the day, the focus needs to be on the kids. And I think we've lost that focus. And if we are going to build a park to replace the one we have now, and it's going to be a place where kids can come and be safe, and it's gonna be for kids that are 5 to 12 years old, so that they can that we can get the age range. We've got the little kid park over here closer to 156. So this is for the older kids, and it's ADA compliant. It's going to cost some money.
Okay, and if we want to talk about money, I think that's fine, but why aren't we letting the park board? So I guess the first conversation should be about money.
Okay, let me suggest something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've been,
So I want to say thank you to all of them for sure, no matter what
and
happens.
all of them are, where everybody's grateful for them. You're absolutely right. Pull up that item 8G that I gave you on that thumb drive. This is the ordinance establishing the park board. This is our ordinance. Now, okay, move on down, I think maybe the third page, you'll see some arrows on the left-hand side of the page. Okay, you're right here. Okay, roll back to the top, just a couple of lines right there. Duties and responsibilities of the board. I put an arrow on 4 items there. First one's act as an advisory capacity to the city council in all matters pertaining to parks and recreation. All matters. Number 2, take an active part in the deliberations of the board and to act in whatever capacity they may be called. Number 4, advise the city council on the development of recreation areas, facilities, programs, and improvements to recreation services. Number 5, recommend the adoption of standards for recreational areas, facilities, programs, and their financial support. Now, what I've seen that's happened is I don't recall this body making a motion of anything or suggesting that the park board and the EDC and the council members get together and have a committee. I don't recall that.
Yes,
You did.
I was the one that created the subcommittee.
But
Yeah.
you know, someone made that motion? That was
Yes,
a motion made out of this body?
and you looked at me and you said, I think you should work on that with them.
Okay,
So then, yeah.
all right then, so be it. But HCDC seems to be, this is my impression, dictating, here's what you're going to buy, park board. It's that or nothing. Okay, fine. Well, follow this process. Whoever said that, let the park board do their job. Take the money aspect out of it. Don't put any money constraints on them. Okay, park board, they tell you what's needed, what they see as a need. And so evidently there's 2 projects. One is to replace this jungle gym fort playground area, is that correct? Up by and the other one's a fall zone project.
No.
Let that be 2
Not fall
standalone
zone.
items.
It's not, it's the mulch,
Okay, well,
not
the
a fall
ground
zone.
cover around it, then fine. Let that stand. Receive their recommendations. Then the city council goes, okay, well, we approve the project and recommendation. All we got to do is fund it. And we look at our funds in our budget and determine, well, do we have sufficient funds in our budget to cover this item? And the answer could be yes, or the answer could be no, or a combination of it. And neither here nor there is you can go as a body, not as individuals. Go ask the EDC or the EDCs type A and or B. Will you fund this? You can ask both of them. Will you fund this amount and you fund this amount? It's the body. It becomes your.
Well, it's usually representatives from the body. Whenever we did it in the past, Ted Hopper and I went, and I know the second time Dana and
But I
another
think
person
what
went.
I've seen is individuals without the body speaking to the item. Individuals went to the EDCs. That's not appropriate. It's the body.
It was the subcommittee. That's why they're meeting July 8th. When I watched the meeting, I didn't take it as starting over from scratch. They loved the footprint, they liked the ideas, they loved how inclusive it was, but they wanted to make some changes and have some other vendors with do a scope of work. So I'm not looking at it as starting all the way over and throw everything out. It's just the footprint is great. They want to get some more information. July 8th is, I think, very reasonable to bring something back to us, which is why the motion is still just to continue this to August 3rd.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Let me correct myself if I said start over. They did say that they liked the parks that they had, but they wanted to hear different voices. So
But why?
appreciate the correction. Sorry if that was confusing. I think there's a middle ground here too, because when it comes down to, I know the HCEDC and park board members all want this park in place by a certain time, which means
That's not true. So there's no timeline on it.
But they
I know
need-
the EDC, they said they'd love to have it by Christmas.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
so-
what I'm talking,
But there's not there's no timeline that's ever been determined of when it
no,
has to be done.
I'm just saying that they're going for that goal of Christmas.
Yes.
All I was gonna say is that maybe the middle ground is that we send it back to HCEDC to decouple the funds from a specific park, and at the same time, because that puts a 60-day wait on the funds being able to award, we tell Parks Board, hey, you have this 60 days.
We've already approved the 500,000. That's already
I'm not
approved.
talking about the 500.
Not the 800, the 500's already been approved.
I understand, I'm talking
So you're
about the
saying-
additional funds. We send it back to HCEDC.
For 800,000?
And if that's what we, I mean, we can talk money, if that's what you guys want to do. It sounds like everyone, except for me, is fine with the 800,000. So send it back to HCEDC and say, hey, we would like you guys to decouple the funds from a specific park, approve up to $800,000 for this park, and at the same time, we tell Parks Board, hey, you have until this 60 days is up to submit a recommendation to us.
So you're saying you have $800,000,
I don't think that,
but
I don't
do not-
think that works legally with HCEDC. Any, whether it's HCEDC or HEDC, an Economic Development Corporation has criteria that it must meet statutorily. It's a project, and you've got something, okay, and they're asked to fund something. Okay, we're asking you to fund this. And they do a resolution, accept the project. They got to describe the project. Then it comes to this city council for approval.
Yes.
Yes. And then you approve it or disapprove it. But you're just approving money?
No, I'm not saying from the park, from saying you have to award it to that specific park. What is it,
So you're saying you want them to pay for 800,000, but take off on the resolution Child's Play?
Yes.
Just say you want them to fund
Yes.
any park that the park will
If
recommend?
that's what you guys want to do, I'm the odd man out on the $800,000, but since you guys are saying that the $500,000 came from thin air.
It just came from thin air.
Okay,
But
so then just removing, I'm saying not removing from a park in specific, but Child's Play. It is 11 o'clock at night.
I'm going to make a suggestion that you just deny this item from HCEDC.
Well, there's
Not
been
to
a
be
motion
mean-
and a
not to be-
second,
Let me
so-
finish.
Okay.
Not to be mean to them or anybody. And then let the park board come and give you an equipment suggestion.
But it
Here's-
doesn't start the clock. That's what everyone wants the.
The clock's already started for 500.
But not for the extra 300,000.
Right, but that could come from, we have 500,000 that was designated from general fund for the park, not from EDC. And there's contingency, so that's not, I don't feel that's a pressing issue, the 300,000.
Okay, I was just only bringing that up because I know the HCEDC wanted this park by Christmas. If it's not a concern, then we
What-
can just, we
I
can.
understand the
It's not-
concern, and that would be nice, I just don't.
it's not gonna get
I'd
built
rather
by
it be done-
Christmas now.
Yeah, it'd be done correctly, I mean, it would have been done correctly, but all parties are pleased and happy with the result versus pushing something through.
Okay,
We're
so
looking
then-
at like January, February now, not Christmas, because we didn't get it, it's not going to happen now.
So we do have a motion, we do have a second, yeah.
All right, the call question has been.
Microphone, call the question.
It's a privileged motion. All right. Yes, we have called a question, we have to, okay, is there a second to the call to question? No, not at this point, not right now, give us a minute. Is there a second to call the question?
Sir, you don't have to second the call.
That's right.
We have a
All right,
motion to table it,
excuse me,
and
I
it's seconded.
understand what we do is, all in favor of calling the question, it means we end debate and vote on the motion. All right. All in favor of
It just means I'm
calling the
ending debate and we're
question?
gonna move on.
Excuse me, sir.
I was
All
explaining,
in
I'm just
fa-
explaining it to
All
him.
in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand.
Wait.
I don't understand, what are you doing?
Call the
We're
question.
saying we're done debating tonight, we're going to
in
vote on the
debate.
motion.
Call the question means in debate. All in favor of ending debate, raise your hand.
Say that again.
All in favor of ending debate,
No.
please raise your hand. 1, 2,
wants to
3,
move
4,
on?
5. All right, the motion has been made. The question is, been made, motioned and seconded to table this item until August the 3rd. city council meeting. Is there all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's unanimous. H, discuss, consider, and act on status of the HVAC system at the current fire station and provide direction to the staff. The present status is that professional engineering firm Solar Engineers out of Fort Worth has been contacted, and they are making, the date has not been set but they would like to come out this week to take a tour of the fire station, to look at all the systems and what is to be performed.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just a point of order. Usually when one of these comes up, you ask who brought it and let them speak to why they brought it.
Well, I'm giving you, well, first, that is the status.
Okay, thank you. So
And whoever brought this, who brought this item? Who brought this
I
item?
did, my name's on the agenda.
Okay, if you would open that up.
The
Okay,
reason I brought this up is I didn't realize till the last meeting the HVAC was still not done at the original fire station. And I know that there are possible other council members that have more information. I knew it was budgeted. I wanted to see about directing staff to get a status, get a bid. I don't know if Chief Harvey needs to be the contact point, or Mr. Tucker or Mr. Ashton, but someone that works in conjunction, because it's been, I think, a while since this was supposed to have been done.
and that is correct. It's going back, what,
6 months, maybe 8,
probably a year ago.
a year?
It was
Oh,
carried,
Nonetheless,
it was carried over from the prior year's budget.
the
And in February, we discussed this.
major concern, yes, at that time, we had a consulting firm come out, and they spent hours touring the system and providing, here's what the scope of work that needs to be done. The engineering firm returned a proposal, probably 4 pages, and that proposal, what they expressed and to do, demonstrated they didn't have a clue what they were doing.
So Chief Harvey, would you feel comfortable like spearheading this and meeting with them this week and kind of getting something presented to council so that we can move forward with getting this done? If it's over, I thought it was like 8 months, over a year.
Yeah, I'll definitely meet with them this week and make sure they understand the plans. I know the mayor's already given them the plans digitally, and I'll make
Okay.
sure.
Because I don't remember what the budget was or.
So is this, I mean, the company that's putting in the HVAC system in the new building, can they do the work in the old building?
For what needs to happen when the fire station, when the original systems were designed, the engineering firm that designed it did a poor heating and load calculation. It's not I'll say, a low-end type calculation that you might experience in some commercial facilities.
Yeah,
This one being a fire station is unique. Engineers that understand those facilities need to know what they're doing and why they're doing it. As a result, when this was built, or what became apparent, is the humidity runs high inside that building. Well, it takes people who understand, engineers that understand that problem and how to correct it. But Chief Harvey's the man.
Okay, then I would like
And
to
the
make.
engineering firm has been identified.
Okay, Mayor Halsey, I would like to make a motion to direct Chief Harvey to work in conjunction with Soul Air and/or the current air conditioning person that's doing the expansion, or someone else that he feels is good, and come back to the council with the status and the direction. Do you think July 6th is too soon?
I'll know more after I meet them on what their timeline is, but if you give me July 6th, I'll have an update for you.
Perfect, and have an update on July
Whatever their
6th.
timeline is.
Perfect, thank you so much. That's my motion.
Motion is made to direct Chief Harvey to work with Soul Air Engineers or other engineering firms to provide the system engineering and appropriate
Perfect, and bring it up-
calculations
and bring an update.
required and report back to the City Council
July 6th.
July 6th. Is there a second?
Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor?
Really quick, sorry.
All in fa-
Question for, does he need to bring
Excuse
back?
me, I'm in the middle of a vote. All in favor?
No, I'm allowed to
We didn't have
discuss.
discussion.
We are in the middle of the vote. You should have brought that up.
I
for the-
tried to, you spoke too fast. You didn't even give me a moment.
Okay, well.
I'm
it would
allowed
help.
to discuss Robert's rules.
Yes.
So my question is, does he need to bring back an estimate for him to move forward? If so, could we request that he bring that then if possible?
Let me describe this. What the engineers will do, they'll bring back a proposal, and that proposal will do this analysis. It's an engineering analysis identifying the sensible load, the latent load, the outside air load, and here's the equipment, and we will, in that proposal, we will furnish this report to you identifying the equipment. They'll give a proposal to do the engineering.
Correct. So the information, the proposal, and you keep saying we, but Mr. Harvey is going to tackle this.
Yes.
Okay. So just if you could bring back that report and the estimate, just so we can have that all and we can get UAC as fast as possible because August is coming.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to amend to add that.
All right. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, council.
Oh, good.
8I, discuss, consider an actual resolution in support of City of Fort Worth, Bonds Ranch Road, and FM 156 intersection improvement project. Whose item is this?
That'd be mine.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Council, I bring before you, can you throw up the intersection? I think everybody has driven recently at Bonds Ranch and 156, and they've seen how terrible that intersection is at the moment. Back in December, I was driving this intersection, and all of a sudden, all the development was starting, and they demolished all the trees, and all of a sudden, it was like, whoa, there's a whole lot coming here right now. And there's no discussion about any of that. Fort Worth is focusing on Bonds Ranch to the west of 287 right now. But I had noticed that North Lake and Denton County and NTCOG and TxDOT and everybody else were doing what they call breakout projects off of 407 and 35. Because all of that up there with Harvest and all of that, the traffic is horrendous, and they're trying to do small projects on roads that would help the traffic before they are able to come through and, for example, fully expand 35 or fully expand 407. So I called Alan Blaylock because he was the council person for Fort Worth at the time, and this is actually kind of on the Fort Worth-Haslet boundary. And I said, hey, can we do what do you think about doing a breakout project? Because eventually Fort Worth is going to expand Bonds Ranch, and they were only going to do part of it. And I thought, what if, because also just north, can you scroll, is that the whole picture? Yeah, that's the whole picture. So everybody knows just north of this intersection, there's that little road that goes behind what is now about to be the pre-K and goes to the Kroger. Hillshire, thank you. And a lot of people are turning left there and stopping a bunch of traffic. So I thought, what if we could go from Hillshire down to 287 on 156? And what if we could expand Bonds Ranch and do the entire intersection all at once? So I went and met with Fort Worth in January. We've had a couple of calls since then. I've also talked with our engineer, Mike Anderson. He found a resolution from 2018 where Haslet conveyed property of Bonds Ranch Road to the city of Fort Worth. Because previously, the city of Fort Worth and Haslet, a boundary was in the middle of the road of Bonds Ranch. So what I haven't figured out yet is where that boundary is now. Is it on the edge of the pavement that's currently there, or is it further north than that so that there's enough room to expand another lane? Because if, and maybe the mayor knows.
It's further north.
Okay.
Because they had to have easement.
The right-of-ways.
For right-of-way for utilities.
So what that would mean for us, and the reason I come to you tonight is because I'm just asking for support from council to continue this conversation with Fort Worth. But what that would mean for us is if the boundary is further north than the pavement, so to speak, then Fort Worth would be the one that would be completely widening Bonds Ranch Road. But what we would be responsible for is moving utilities and moving our monument sign that's at that intersection. So at one point when Fort Worth thought it was going to be our pavement, we were going to have to spend $5 million to do that one lane, and they would do the rest of it basically. And TxDOT would do 156 from Hillshire down to 287. So, but what I'm asking for is there's a lot of conversations going on. I don't want to keep moving forward because I can't obligate us. I don't represent the city in that way. So.
Excuse me, you
Yes,
said that you're asking the city council to take on moving utilities. Those are Fort Worth utilities.
Well, any expense that might occur for us. We don't know what the expenses will be yet, but I didn't want to obligate us to that until I'd.
Well, you can't obligate us.
I know, that's what I'm
You
saying.
would have to have, okay, what does this resolution read? Will you read the resolution?
Resolution is ask, discuss, consider, and act for.
No, the resolution. Pull up the resolution itself. The first blue line under attachment. There you go. Has identified road improvements pursuant to a joint ordinance boundary agreement 2018.
This has been on the packet for a while. I mean.
Despite the.
I'm just asking for y'all's support to
what's the
continue the
essence?
conversation.
Are you asking for money here?
I'm not asking for any money, but for us to be prepared in the future for any money that might come up for moving the monument sign, any right-of-ways that we might have to help them get this project done.
I got a question.
Well, as to get right-of-way, they should have all the right-of-way they need. But is that, yes, the city, are you asking the citizens of Haslet to help pay for this?
Even think we're that far yet.
We're not that far yet. I'm asking for support from city council to to continue the conversation.
The 10 conversation of widening Blue Mound Road?
156 in Bonds Ranch, from Hillshire down to 287 and the entire intersection of Bonds Ranch.
Well, FM 156 would be TxDOT expense.
It is. They're on board.
Blue Mound Road would be the city of Fort Worth expense.
Bonds Ranch, you mean?
Or Bond Ranch Road.
It
yes.
is. But we're going to have some. I'm trying to help drive the conversation and
If
drive the
that were
project.
moving our monument sign, that would be good, but I'm quite sure our monument sign is outside of their right-of-way now.
Mr. Mayor, Zach has a question.
Yes.
I'm just trying to get support.
So I got two questions. The city of Fort Worth owns Bond Ranch, but if they need to go north and cut into people's property, I think what Chris is saying, that we will work with them because the city of Fort Worth is going to have to buy people's property because there's a lot of properties right there along.
Or get construction
Bond Ranch,
easements.
Construction easements. So I think that's what Chris is trying to say. So
Of Haslet would have to be the entity approaching the property owners, not the city of Fort Worth.
That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what he's trying to
I'm asking
ask.
for support, a vote of support by the council to be part of this project.
And I have another question. So Chris, you were bringing up a while ago that Hillshire runs into 287. Hillshire stops at where the new Kroger is. So.
No. I'm saying, I asked the project to include Hillshire as the northern boundary.
Oh.
On 156, and to improve 156 from Hillshire down to 287, not improve Hillshire.
Oh, I think you're saying Hillshire goes to 287 because
No.
it stops at Kroger. Okay.
No, Hillshire is the northern boundary of the project. of the
Okay.
breakout project.
Yes, okay.
And it
Okay.
would improve, has, TxDOT 156 expansion from there down to 287.
Mm-hmm.
And Fort Worth would expand and TxDOT some of the expansion, Bonds Ranch East-West at that intersection.
Okay, that makes sense.
The timeline they're looking at is delivery by 2031, is what they said.
Can, the
Having this intersection done by
Yeah.
2031.
The only thing I see in here that would cause concern is I believe the second whereas from the bottom. The city council seeks to provide assistance as necessary to Fort Worth for successful completion of Bond Ranch Road and FM 156 intersection improvement project, including potential acquisition of right-of-way, that's Haslet acquiring that, within Haslet's corporate limits, and relocation of Haslet utility lines. Haslet hasn't got any utility lines out there.
Well, then we don't have to worry about
And
it.
monument sign. I would ask this, if you would just like a vote from the city council, I would suggest, council, that you don't need a resolution.
I think
to-
it backs him.
Huh?
I mean, the resolution gives him support. There's no
But
harm in
it
it.
says, it's got verbiage in here that could obligate the citizens of Haslet to pay for a Fort Worth
We can always
project.
take that out if you feel that's something that could.
No, because it says
obligate.
Haslet utility lines, so if they're Fort Worth utility lines, it would be mute. Jeremy, I mean,
James?
or James, go ahead.
We do have utility lines there. We have an 8-inch water line that's shown on here. That is a City of Haslet line.
Thank
Is
you.
it in our right-of-way,
I think
their
it's a
right-of-way?
I think it's a utility easement, but I believe the Haslet sign is in the right-of-way. It was there prior to the giving
It's
of
in
that.
their right-of-way?
It is currently. There is an
So we
arrangement
would
to
need to
allow
move
it.
that.
So both of those things will be in conflict of anything beyond just that turn lane that was always anticipated. If it went beyond that, you would potentially have those two. And that's the only two that I'm aware of.
I just think it covers him.
And
It's
again,
just-
this resolution is just to show preliminary support
Yes.
for a project that is acknowledged in the resolution as being TxDOT and a City of Fort Worth project. Should there be any expense by the city, that will have to be approved at a later time by the city council, whether through a future budget or
Right.
other sort of amendment to that extent.
I'm
Really
not
quick.
asking for money, I'm just asking
No.
for
So
support.
let me,
And any right-of-way acquisition and any condemnation would also require, of course, city council approval.
let me ask this. Would you entertain putting this on the next city council meeting? I mean, understanding
No.
that the council approves you going talking to them.
I'd like to make
And
a
help facilitate
motion.
that, and then bring this back and give Mr. Page an opportunity to rewrite this resolution.
No, I think it's fine. I'd like to make a motion to approve 8I as stated.
Motion is made to approve a resolution in support of the City of Fort Worth, Bont Ranch Road and FM 156 intersection improvement project. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second.
Got a question.
should I
Jeremy,
Question. Mr.
Jeremy, have you read through this resolution?
I drafted it.
Okay, thank you then. I'm good.
Jeremy, since I brought this, should I recuse myself from the vote, or does it matter? Okay.
Tanya
All
seconded.
right, and who else had a question?
Tanya seconded.
All right. Who made the motion? You made the motion?
I made the motion.
You seconded it. Very good. All right, call for the vote. All in favor? 5-4 or 5-0, motion passes. IK, reconsideration of ordinance 11, 2026, amending City of Haslet Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 10 subdivision regulations, Article 10.03, impact fees in accordance with Senate Bill 1883. If you would pull that up. And yeah, go ahead. Scroll down. I believe here, okay, keep scrolling, you see the ordinance itself and the amendments made. Hold on, there you go. First one is, to the extent authorized by Chapter 395, and that very specific section of 395.0515 has nothing to do with it. And by referencing Chapter 395, it does, and these are the verbiage used out of state statute. Such as in item number 5, there's a number of edits there. It says identify any problems. Well, they're very specific in what problems you identify. Report any perceived inequities. That's the problem. And also in implementing the plan or administering the impact fees. It has not about administering the fees, it's about imposing the fees. It takes on a different meaning when you read the statute. The city is the governing body shall make available. Also in reports prepared in the development and implementation plan, 2 conditions, not one or the other. That's what or is. Again, the governing body. And I believe that is the end of those edits. Would you scroll down to ensure that is at the bottom of the page? There are no other edits. So the edits in whole are what you see right there in red. It doesn't change in fact, it reflects the statute.
Okay, really quick, Jeremy, do you agree with the
I was
chapter
about to ask the same question.
3 with any of it? Is it necessary?
So I'll comment on the section 10.03.050. Just as background, this ordinance was drafted to comply with the recent changes in state law. One of them is contained in section 395.0515, which limits the number of times and the amount that the fees can be increased. And so the purpose of that first phrase being added in, to the extent authorized by section 395.0515, was to ensure that our impact fee ordinance was in compliance with that new state law. So my recommendation would be to keep the reference to that specific section.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now.
In our code.
And you go over the every 5 years, last 5 years, and then at the bottom you do say the procedure set forth in chapter 395, more broadening it to cover the whole chapter, but when you're specifically speaking to the limitations, that is a new amendment.
That was the purpose of that change.
Okay.
The other revisions that the mayor has proposed, those are all to parts of our code that were not changed under this ordinance. So I wasn't a part of when they drafted that language many years ago. Some of the revisions are correct, some of them I don't agree with, but those are all changes being made to the older
Would you
ordinance.
identify that ones you agree with or don't agree with?
I know it's hard. I would almost want to just bring this back to y'all just to tell you which ones, but the ones I disagreed with were when you, on subsection B, when you wanted to change city to governing body, it should remain city. That was the only one that I disagreed with, because the state code says the political subdivision, and so the correct substitute word would be city, not the governing body, so it should be the city shall make available, blah, 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 blah. All the other ones I'm fine with.
And really quick, if I sent you this email, but you didn't respond, so I just want to go back over it. My major issue with this is why were these simple modifications not brought forth before the agenda? When I know you review the agenda items. So when you saw these, why didn't you go to Jeremy or anyone else and say, hey, I have some concerns about the verbiage. We are supposed to be working together. We're now wasting more of our time, city employees' times. It's kind of pointless.
So let me answer your question. I understand what you're asking. is when you got this is when I got it. It got posted. That's when, so Mr. Page didn't forward me this in advance.
It was on an agenda previously,
And nor did anybody else.
but it was on an agenda previously.
She's saying you had 7 days to edit this the first time it came up.
Or bring up any concern, speak to any of the council members.
So
or
I
even
did
when-
this,
And say, hey, could you change these?
I have extra. And I got to this, we're not impeding anything, and I followed the statutory process.
I know, you just seem to make it a habit to increase workload on others when, if you just work as a
Well,
whole, a team.
That might be your impression. I would suggest that you make your motion on this to reconsider this. And it sounds like Mr. Page disagrees with two changes that were made, the Chapter 395 and the one citation of governing body in place of city. Is that correct? And
Mr.
the
Mayor.
remainder of them, you are fine with?
So I'm confused. So the city council's called the governing body. So why are you changing on C? The city council may adopt, and you want to change to the governing body. It's like,
They're synonyms.
it's the same thing. I mean, we're
Yeah.
the governing body, we're the city council.
That is the literal, that is what the state law says. That would just be copying and pasting exactly what state law says. So again, I think we were trying to paraphrase it perhaps many years ago, and this would be reverting it to what actually it says under state law. So I'm not opposed to those changes that the mayor has proposed.
So question,
Other than ones I already
can I make a motion for us to table this for Jeremy to review the policy in its entirety and bring it back at the July, do you want 6th or 20th?
He's already reviewed it.
Oh, so July 6th. For the July 6th city council meeting? No, he's saying he wants to review the entire policy because he only made the modification to bring it up to state local code, correct? So you only modified,
It may be better to just bring it back on
Yes.
the 6th with a fully revised version
100%.
versus us trying to
Yes.
amend things.
we'll get it. Okay. Do I need to say that again, or are we good?
Yes, please say it again.
All right. I'd like to make a motion for this to be tabled until the July 6th city council meeting, and Mr. Jeremy Page will review the policy in its entirety and bring forth any changes he feels necessary, any modifications. Does that work?
Motion is made to table this item, 8K, ordinance 011-2026, to the July 6th, giving Mr. Page the opportunity to review the entire ordinance in its entirety and bring his suggestion back to the council for consideration. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? 5-0. Thank you. All right. Executive session. The city reserves the right to adjourn into executive session during the course of the meeting to seek legal advice from its attorney regarding any item on the posted agenda as authorized by Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code. Additionally, pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, City Council may be adjourned into executive session in accordance with the authority of Section 551.072, and that would be for the purpose of purchase of community facilities property. So we have two items that was first cited during the meeting, and that is item Item 8F, yes. And, all right. All right, council, we'll meet in the boardroom. So I adjourn the open session at 11:15 PM. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The time is 11:43. We will resume with the open session. All council members are present. The consideration on taking any action resulting from executive session will go back to item 8F with regard to resolution authorizing the city administrator to execute a letter of concurrence to Alliance Corridor for the request for foreign trade zone designation in certain premises within the city of Haslet. Tabled from the June 1, 2026 regular city council meeting, which it was we would need to untable that if you take any action on it.
We
already did that.
We already untabled it.
Did we untable that?
That's how we were able to
Did
go
we
into
have that?
executive.
Okay, very good. All right, is there any action on this item?
I have a question. So who did you speak to with Hillwood regarding this?
Mr. Nick Conan.
Spoke with Nick Conan. Okay, and just to be clear, you signed this?
I sent him a letter, as you saw it was presented to you on the screen.
Yeah, but you signed a resolution without approval?
I didn't
from-
sign a resolution. I sent just a letter of no objection.
Hold on. Can we pull up
To
that letter
Mrs.
that he
Whiteman?
signed, please? So just to... You spoke on behalf of the city. The city of Haslet recognizes the importance of international trade in our community and supports any future FTZ application at the locations identified on the attached map. We, as in the city of Haslet, not the mayor, are aware that when an application is approved and activated and so forth. So you signed this on behalf of the city
Yes,
on your own?
yes. I did.
And the actual item is to authorize the city administrator to execute a letter of concurrence to Alliance Corridor, Inc.
And what action do you desire to do?
And really quick, just one more item. You did not include the city administrator in the conversations
No, I
as
did not.
directed by
I
city
don't
council.
recognize his position. It's on statutory.
Then I think we need to burn this letter then.
So if we table this item, will it come back in the proper way as directed from council, or?
No, I think we could we can make a motion to rescind. Can we make a
To
motion?
rescind.
To rescind.
So if you support the content of the letter, you could ratify. And put on my microphone. If you support the content of that letter as signed by the mayor, you could vote to ratify the mayor's actions. If you do not want to do that, you can rescind the letter as executed by the mayor.
So question, could we make a motion to rescind the letter that the mayor submitted and also direct you, the city attorney, to write Miss Elizabeth Whiteman kind of a statement saying that we rescinded it and the city council did not approve do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, I could do that, yes.
But will the item come back to us for our approval again in its entirety at some point? Because I am not denying the entire resolution, just the,
I at least individually would like to edit the map before we have it approved.
so bring the map back, look at it again, execute the letter as it says.
I mean, some of you may also want to do that, but I can't say we.
Okay,
I can only say I.
So bring it back so wouldn't we talk about that now, what we want to remove?
So, Mr. Page, it sounds like the council needs to rescind.
So yeah, I'd like to make a motion to rescind the letter that was provided, as well as table this item to the future agenda or future meeting, which would be July 6th.
I'll second that.
Motion is made to rescind the mayor's letter provided to Hillwood concerning the foreign trade zone,
I just would like to,
and to return this item back to July 6th, council's consideration.
I would like to make an amendment to have the city attorney still write a letter to the lady on that letterhead saying that at this time we're rescinding the letter the mayor sent, and that this is being tabled to, just pretty much providing the information that this is still up for consideration for council, but right now.
I would advise that you not write the Secretary or the Trade of the United
Well,
States.
unfortunately,
Is that you coordinate with Mr. Nick Conan.
I think we'll probably
Because Mr.
do.
Nick Conan and Hillwood will submit it.
Well, unfortunately, you sent your letter.
I didn't send it to her. This was given to Mr. Conan.
Yeah, we'll work
Okay.
with, so we'll work with
Hillwood
and
and-
because we'll need to let them know of tonight's action by council.
Okay, how do we ensure that Hillwood, because obviously the Hillwood is going to see the mayors as in their favor, and this one they're obviously not going to like. How do we ensure they actually send it to notify them of the decision, change in pending
Do you have
future
Mr.
decision?
Nick Conan's contact and his email?
Yeah, so again, Joe would probably be the point of contact for that.
Just making sure they send it.
Yeah.
Okay. However you want to add that in, Tanya.
So yes, I'll add that, I'll make that amendment to my motion to direct staff, city administrator and city attorney to contact Hillwood.
I second that.
All right, the motion's been made to rescind this letter of no objection that the mayor supplied to Hillwood, and to bring it back on July 6th and direct Joe Ashton and the city attorney to contact Hillwood to inform them of the rescind as well as path forward. Is there a second?
I second that already.
There's a second. All in favor? Unanimous, 5-0. There is no other action to be taken out of executive session. I adjourn this meeting at 11:51 p.m.
Chris, if you ever make a comment.
This conference is no longer being recorded.